Hello friends, Tony here, welcome. Now with the Devin AI saying is going to be to replace the software engineers, and also the NVIDIA saying we don't need to learn code because the AI is going to do that for us. I'm here and I'm going to create a full Laravel tutorial. I have a long time creating such a tutorials about Laravel because the Laravel 11 has came out. I'm going to create a full tutorial so to learn Laravel from scratch for beginners. And here I am in the laravel.com website, and let's get started. And we are in the installation section, the Laravel documentation, and let's scroll down. So meet Laravel and why you will learn Laravel. And here we have creating a Laravel project. So before creating your first Laravel project, make sure that your local machine has PHP and Composer installed. So if you are developing on macOS, PHP and Composer can be installed in minutes via the Laravel CRUD. And I'm going to open this in a new tab here. Okay, so what we need is just a download of this application. So I'm going to download that, and first I'm going to open the terminal. So I'm going to open the iTerm, but you can open your terminal of your choice. And here I'm going to say just Composer not found, also PHP version, and PHP is not found, so I don't have the PHP and Composer in my machine. Okay, so now let's install this application. What we need is just know with the application, and this also, let's scroll down, and here we have when will CRUD for Windows be available, and CRUD for Windows launches in March. So soon is going to be available also for Windows. And now let's open the CRUD application. Okay, open that. Let's get started. We need to add the password and we need to hit enter. And it's going to download the PHP 8.3 as you can see. Okay, so here we have a Pro version, which has some services that you may need, but I'm going to skip for now. And you can now use CRUD, PHP Composer, and Laravel in your terminal. So all PHP projects placed in the CRUD directory will be automatically available in your browser. Let's get started. Okay, and here is the CRUD now. As you can see, we have Nginx FPM for 8.3, and it's going to use the PHP 8.3 as you can see. Now if I open the settings, okay, now here we have CRUD files. All subfolders in those directories will be available via CRUD. And we have users Tony CRUD, but if you don't like the CRUD and you want to create a new directory there, so I'm going to open the terminal, ls. Yep, we have the CRUD as you can see here. But for example, I want a code directory. So let's say make directory, and I'm going to name it code. Okay. And now if I say ls, yeah, here we have the code, and I want all the projects to be inside the code. What we can do is just come here, click on the plus sign, and choose the code, say open, and now also the subfolders inside this code is going to be available on the CRUD. Then we have sites. Right now we don't have PHP. We have PHP 8.3, but you can install 8.2 and so on. Also Node. I'm going to install Node versions. We don't need for a basic Laravel application, but we are going to need after, so I'm going to install that. And we are ready to go. So I'm going to close this and also close this one and this one. And now, yeah, you can, after you have installed PHP and Composer, you may create a new Laravel project via Composer, like running this command, or you may create new Laravel projects by globally installing the Laravel installer. But because we have CRUD, we have the Laravel here, and we can use Laravel new and the name of the project. So let's copy this command. let's clean first, and I'm going to cd the code directory and here, and let's see if we have the Laravel now. Not. I'm going to close that and open again the editor. And now if I say Laravel, hit enter, we have the Laravel, and I'm going to clean this. And let's zoom it a little bit for you. And let's say cd in the code directory. And now let's say Laravel new, and you can pass a name, but I prefer just to say new here. And then we have a prompt, what is the name of your project? So let's say example dash app. Hit enter. And would you like to install the starter kit? By default is selected no starter kit, but we have Breeze here or Laravel Jetstream. Now Breeze and Jetstream are two authentication packages from Laravel, but I'm going to choose no starter kit here. And which testing framework do you prefer? Let's select PEST and no forget repository. And now it's going to create a project at the example dash app directory. Now, which database will your application use? By default is selected the SQLite, which is a file-based database, but also we have options here. And let's choose SQLite for now. Okay, now instead of using the PHP Artisan Server, because we have installed the CRUD application, we can open that project here using the .test extension. So let's say example dash app .test, hit enter, and here is the Laravel project. Okay, we have the Laravel 11 as you can see and the PHP 8.3. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up Windows using Docker for Laravel development. Here on the laravel.com, I'm going to get started. Okay, and I'm going to navigate to Docker installation using Sail. And scroll down to search for the Sail on Windows. So before we create a new Laravel application on your Windows machine, make sure to install Docker Desktop. And here I have opened the docker.com, go to products, and we have a Docker Desktop download for Windows. I have downloaded that and I have right here, so let me show you. Here I have. Right now I don't have any containers or images. Okay, after downloading that, next you should ensure that Windows subsystem for Linux, the WSL2, is installed and enabled. Also I have installed the WSL, and also here I have opened the Ubuntu terminal. Next, you are ready to create your first Laravel project. Launch the Windows terminal and begin a new terminal session for your WSL2 Linux operating system, which I have done. As you can see, I have opened the Ubuntu, and you can use a simple terminal command to create a new Laravel project, for example this one, but and of course you can change the example app, which is a name, so you can change the name here. But what I want is to scroll down, and yeah, next we need to cd the example app and run the vendor bin sail app. And I suggest you to create a bash alias for this sail, so we don't need to write anytime the path of the sail. Okay, scroll down, and yeah, here we have chosen your sail services. When creating a new Laravel application via sail, you may use the with query string variable to choose which services should be configured in your application Docker Compose YAML file. And here we have an example, and I'm going to copy this one. So I'm going to choose only Mysql and Redis. And let's open the terminal, and I have created a directory code name code, and here I don't have any application, so let's create this one. Hit enter, and for the first time it's going to take some time to create the project, but next is going to be more faster. Okay, so I'm going to stop and come back when this is finished. Okay, so the application is ready, as you can see. Now we need to cd the example app and run the sale app. So let's do that. Let's copy and paste it here. Run. Okay, now let's go up. Once the application, the Docker container have started, you should run your application database migration. So let's copy this command and run also this one. I'm going to open a new instance and let's cd the code and also cd the let's run it, the example app, and let's run the artisan migrate. Okay, after you have run the artisan migrate, we can visit this. Okay, so let's open this in new tab, and here we have the Laravel project. Now I'm going to open also the Docker, and I'm going to show you. Here we have the example app, which has also the Redis, Mysql, and Laravel test. And Mysql is in the port 3306. Laravel has the port 5173 for the Vite and also the 8080 for Laravel. Now one more thing I want to show you is how to connect to this MySQL. I have downloaded the Table Plus, but you can use any GUI application. And here I'm going to connect to MySQL using the host 127.0.0.1. The user is sale and the password is password. And if I say test, yeah, connection is okay. Let's save this and let's connect. And as you can see, we have a Laravel database here. Okay, and have some users, sessions, migrations, and so on. So in this video, I'm going to explain you the folder structure on Laravel. And here we have the Laravel project. We have some folders and files, and let's start with the app directory. So the app directory is where the logic of our app is, and here we have the STP models and providers subdirectory. So inside the STP folder, we defined the controllers we use in them for the logic with the STP request, and then we have models. Now each database table has a corresponding model which is used to interact with that table, and models allow you to query for data in your tables as well as insert new records in the table. Then we have providers, and in Laravel 11 we have only one provider. On previous versions we had more than that, so here we can register any application services and bootstrap any application services. Okay, let's start with the second one, which is the bootstrap directory. So the bootstrap directory in Laravel is crucial for the application startup process, also known as bootstrapping, and it contains several key elements for setting up the Laravel. Here we have the app.php file. This file in Laravel 11 acts as the central piece for bootstrapping the Laravel, the global configuration file. It loads the framework and configures auto-loading for your project's classes. We have also the providers. Here we are going to register all the providers. Okay, now let's start with the config directory, and also we have some files here. In the previous versions also, here we had more than what we have right now. With the Laravel 11 we have more clean project. So the config directory in Laravel is the central location for all your application's configuration files, and these files define various settings that control how your application operates. Some of the common things you can configure included the database connection, as you can see here, mail, server, quiz, services, session, and so on. Okay, then we have the database directory. So the database directory stores files related to managing your application's database, And also we have the database SQLite here. As you can see, we have factories. So these are classes that help you generate realistic test data for your database tables. And this is useful for seeding your database with simple data for testing. Then we have migrations. These are the files that define the structure of your database tables, and Laravel's migration system allow you to create and modify tables over time in a controlled way. And we are going to learn them more at the course. Let's close. Then we have this seeders directory. So these are files that contain code to populate your database with test data using the factories mentioned earlier. Okay, then we have the public directory. So in Laravel, the public directory is a crucial folder for storing files that need to be accessible by users through the web browser. So it acts as the document root of your application. And what we can store here, we can static assets like images, CSS, JavaScript, and fonts. And also, as you can see, contains this index.php file, the entry point for your Laravel application. So this is the entry point index inside the public directory. Okay, then we have the resources directory. And in Laravel, this directory is a location for storing various application resources that are not meant to be directly accessed on the web. So the opposite of the public directory is the resources directory. So it acts as a staging area for assets and view templates before they are published or compiled. And here, for example, we have CSS, JS files, and also the views. And this directory stores Blade template files that define the structure and layout of your application. And Laravel's templates engine, this blade.php, compiles these files into standard HTML pages that are served to the browser. Okay, next let's see the routes directory. So the routes directory in Laravel is where you defined all the routes for your application, and these routes map URLs to specific controller actions that handle incoming requests. And Laravel automatically loads the route files you defined in here. By default, Laravel comes with these two files, the console and the web. We are going to work with the web mostly. So this file defines routes for your web interface, and these routes typically benefit from features like a session state, CSRF protection, and cookie encryption, which are provided by the web middleware group in Laravel. Okay, then we have this console. Here we're going to register the artisan commands, scheduler, and so on. Next, we have the storage directory. The storage directory in Laravel is a central location for storing various files used by the framework and your application. We have the app subdirectory. This subdirectory can store any files your application generates, uploaded user avatars, and so on. Then we have the framework. This subdirectory stores files created by Laravel itself, such as compiled Blade templates, file-based session, etc. Then we have logs. This subdirectory stores log files containing information about your application's activity. Okay, then we have the tests directory, and the test directory in Laravel is dedicated to writing automated tests for your application, and we have the feature and unit subdirectories here. So let's start with the features. This subdirectory houses feature tests, and these tests simulate user interactions with your application, often involving multiple components working together. Then we have the unit subdirectory. This subdirectory stores unit tests. These tests focus on isolated units of your code, typically a single class or a method, and they aim to verify the correctness of individual functionalities. Okay, then we have the vendor directory, and the vendor directory in Laravel manages dependencies for your project. It houses all the third-party libraries and packages that your project relies on to function. This includes the core Laravel framework itself, along with any additional packages you've installed using Composer, a dependency management tool. And here we have Laravel itself, as you can see. Okay, and then we have some files here, but what I'm going to show you in this video is this .env file. Now, the .env file in Laravel is a special configuration file that stores critical information for your application. It's essentially a text file with key value pairs, as you can see, where the key acts as a name for the variable and the value is the actual data. Now here I have opened the Laravel project, and let's see where this page is coming from. Okay, I'm going to open the routes, and inside the routes we have this web.php. Here we defined all the routes, and here we have only one route. We have this route facade and calling the get method, which means when we make a get request to this URL, so /URL /, we are going to execute this function. And this function is going to return a view welcome, which means it's going to return a view which is inside the resources views, and here we have the name of the page. So here we have the welcome.blade.php, here we have the welcome. As you can see, we don't specify the .blade.php, just the name of the view. And that's return this view. So if I change something inside this welcome.blade.php, so let's say I'm going to select all and just add an HTML, let's say HTML5 emmet, and here I'm going to add the h1 saying hello world. If I come here and refresh now, we have hello world here, as you can see. Okay, let's open the web routes, and here we can return also a string if you want. So let's say let's create a new route. So let's create a new route here. The same thing, route get. So when you make a get request, now here we have the slash. Here I'm going to say just test. When we make a get request to /test, I'm going to say just return a string test. And let's save. Let's open the project, refresh, and let's visit now the /test. Hit enter, and now as you can see we have a test here, but just let me add this one in the h1, not hello world, but just test saying here. And now refresh, we have a test h1. Okay, you also can create a variable here. So let's say $test variable or something else, pass in the test, and then we can concatenate that and display in the variable. So $test here. If I save, come here and refresh, we have test. If I changed test again, for example, and refresh, now we have test again here. Okay, now this is for the get request. So when we visit the /test with the get request, which is the default one, let's see with another, or I'm going to copy this one, with a post request. So the post request is typically when we submit a form. So I'm going to make a post request, the // here. Here we have get request, and I'm going to create one for post request. What I want. So let's say I'm going to use the request facade from Laravel, and don't worry, we are going to learn. We need to import that. We are going to learn about this request, and for now, just I'm going to say dump the request all. Okay, now on the welcome page, here when we make a visit, we return that welcome. I'm going to add a form here. So let's say I'm going to add a form with action to be /, and the method is going to be post. Then we need to add the CSRF token, which is for protection. Without an input, and then not input, but just say button type submit, and say submit. And also now we need to close the form. Okay, so here we have an example of a form with the action, the b//. The method is post. We added this CSRF token, which is for protection, and then an input with type text and name. So the name, based on the name, we are going to get the request here. So for example, I'm going to say a username here, and let's save. So when we make a post request, we are going to just dump the request all. He would define the post route. Now let's come here and refresh. We need to visit the / home page, and I'm going to zoom it a little bit. And let's say just a test for now. Hit submit. As you can see, we have a dump. We have a underscore token, which is this CSRF token, as I told you, which is for protection, and then we have a username key with this test value. If I go back and refresh and update this, so for example, test updated, make a submit request. Now we have username to be a test updated, as you can see. Okay, this is for the post request, but also we have a put, patch, and delete requests. So let's see also them. I'm going to make a put request, and the same thing, I'm going just to say dump request all. Now let's go back to welcome and create another form. And here, this is going to be a put request. Now, instead of saying here put request, because not all the browsers support this, what we can do is after this one, we can say add an input with a type to be hidden, and the name is going to be underscore method and the value put. Okay, so we're going to override the method, and let's say submit put, save, come here and go back, refresh. Now we have this submit put, and I'm going to say just put request. If I say submit, as you can see, we have a token, the method, which is a put, and the username, which is a put request. So just to understand you, if I, instead of dump the request all, I'm going to return, for example, a string put request here, save. Now let's go back and refresh, just type something here and say submit put. We had a return put request. Okay, let's go back and refresh. Now typically when we make a put request, we also need the ID of that. For example, if we want to update the post, we need the ID of the post, and we put that ID inside the curly braces here, and we specify, for example, ID or slug or something like this. And here on the function, we're going to accept also the ID by saying $ID. And let's say I'm going to return that ID now. So just $ID. Let's save and let's go back when we have a form with action. And here when we say /, I'm going to add the ID, for example, the ID 1. And if I save that, and let's refresh here and just say submit the put request, we have ID 1. If I go back and change that to 100, for example, let's save, come here and refresh. Let's say submit. Now we have 100. So we get the ID we put here. And in real world projects, this is going to be dynamic, but for now, we are going to stick with this approach. Okay, now let's go here, and instead of saying input type hidden, something like this, in Laravel we can just use the blade helper, which is a method, and here we're specifying this is going to be a put request. Now if I save and just go back, refresh, submit the put request, we have the same result. Good. Now let's create one more for the delete request. Copy here and paste down there. And here we're going to specify this is going to be a delete request. And typically here we delete the record. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just receive the ID and return the ID. But in the real world, we are going to delete the post based on the ID. Okay, and then return back, for example. But for now, I'm going to just return the ID just to see you. So return here, refresh. Let's go and make another form for delete. We have 100 method post now, specifying the changing that the delete. And here we don't need the input. We're just saying submit delete here. If I save and come here and refresh, we have a submit delete. If I click submit delete, we return 100. So if we change that the 1000, come here and go back, refresh, submit delete, we have 1000. Okay friends, that's it for the web routes. So here we have defined a GET request when we visit the // the home page. Then here we have a post request for // then we have a put request for // also passing the ID, and the delete request passing also here the ID and just return the ID here. In the real world, we don't use anonymous functions because, for example, here we make a post request, for example, to create a new post or a user. And when we create a new user, we are first going to, here, for example, create new post. But before we create a post, also you need to make the logic to validate the data and then create new post. And this may be 12 or 20 lines, the same thing for the put request and the same thing for delete, for example. And if we have more than just a post CRUD, this file may be too large. For that, we use controllers. And in Laravel, a controller acts as the middleman between incoming requests and the application's logic. It's a class that groups functions, also called methods, and that handle these requests. For instance, a controller named user controller may handle all requests related to users, such as creating a new user, updating a new user, deleting a new user. And we use controllers also for better organization of your code by separating requests and the logic from routes. And this makes your code more maintainable and easier to understand. And we have some commands to create controllers. Let me open the terminal, and if I say PHP artisan list, hit enter, and here we have all the lists what we can do with this PHP artisan. So, and we have a make controller which is going to create a new controller class. Okay, so let's clean and let's say PHP artisan make controller and hit enter. And we have a prompt here, what should the controller be named? And let's say, for example, I'm going to make a post controller. Now I'm going to name this post controller. You can name posts plural, but I prefer to use singular here. And also I want to add a controller at the end because we're going to use also with the models, and I'm going to create a post model, so I don't want to have a conflict with name. So let's specify this. This is a post controller and hit enter. And now, which type of controller would you like? We have empty to be an empty class, resource. This is going to have all the functions or methods we need to make a resource. So a CRUD for a post, for example. Then we have a singleton, API, and invocable. So let's start with the empty here. And as you can see now, controller inside, and here is the path app http controllers post controller.php created successfully. Let's see. Let's open the directory app HTTP controllers, and here we have the post controller. And we have an empty class which extends the controller. Okay, let's delete this, and because we are going to make a CRUD for a post, and let's create a new controller, but now let's name it post controller again, and let's choose a resource in this case. Hit enter, and what model should this resource controller be for? This is optional, so I'm going to skip this. Okay, now the controller created. Let's close, and here we have a post controller. Now if I open this, as you can see, we have some methods here. So the index method, and also here we have display a listing of the resource, for example, posts, show the form for creating a new resource. Here we have the create method, a store method, store a newly created resource in storage, in database. Then we have a show, so display the specific resource. So it's going to work to display a single post, edit, show the form for editing the specified resource, update to update the specified resource in storage, and then we have a destroy. Now, as we can see, we have here on the update, also on the edit, and on the show, injected here string $ID, and we need that ID to find the post, for example, and display that specified post. But if I open and let's delete this post controller, just keep in mind this in the show we have string $ID, string $ID, and also here string $ID, string $ID. But if I delete, and let's open the terminal, let's clean, and let's run for the last time the make controller. Let's make post controller, hit enter, say resource, but now what model should this resource controller be for? This is optional, we skipped in the previous one. Now let's say the model is post. We don't have the model, but let's say for now model is going to be post. If I hit enter, and we have a prompt, so the model does not exist. Do you want to generate it? Yeah. And now we have generated also the model for this post. But what I wanted to show you is if I open now the post controller, yeah, we have the methods, but on the show now we don't have the string $ID, but we have the injected the post model, so is binding the post directly, not only the ID. So we don't need to find that post, is directly passed here. And also for the edit and update and destroy. Okay, now let's use this controller to clean the route here. Okay, so here we have the post, and this is going to be, for example, for the /post. And instead of using this anonymous function, we can use now the controller we created. So inside the array, we add an array. Inside the array, we are going to add first the controller name. So post controller, and make sure you import that post controller up here, and call class. And the second is going to be in single quotes the name of the method. So for post, we want to create a new post, and if we go here we have the store, which is store a newly created resource in storage. So for post, we're going to use the store method, and in single quotes we add the name of the method store. Here we have a put, which is going to be /post/ID, and instead of this function, also here we are going to use the controller class, and the name of the method is going to be update. Then we have a delete, and this is going to be a controller class, and the method, the name of the method is going to be destroy. If you see here, we have the destroy method. Then let's remove that. Here we need to specify this is going to be post ID to delete. We have a post, put, and delete, but we don't have a get to get all the posts. So let's create that. Route get /post, and we use the post controller class, and the method name is index. Then what we need is, if I also see here, first we have the index, then we have the create. We need a new route for the create method. So let's say route get post create, and using the post controller class and the create method. And then we have a post. Then we need the show single post. So after we make a store, we want to show a single post. So let's say get post. Okay, we use a get method here. Post pass in here the ID, because on the show method we're going to receive that post. So Laravel is smart enough, instead of just passing the ID and then find it here, we're going just to bind the model. I'm going to show you in the next video, don't worry. So we have post, then after the show we have the edit. So we need also one more for the edit after the show. And here we have a get method, which is going to make a get request a post, passing also here the ID, and then the edit, which is going to return a view with a form to edit the post. And now we are okay. We have 7 routes, and also on the post controller we have 7 methods here. So the index 1, create 2, store 3, show 4, edit 5, update 6, and destroy 7. Okay, now if I save this and let's open the terminal, I'm going to clean, and I'm going to use a PHP artisan, and instead of list I'm going just to specify I want a list of the routes. So route : list. Hit enter, and here we have the first route, which is get. Then we have a post and get the ignition, ignore for now. Then we have get post, as you can see here, and then here we have the controller with that method. Okay, post controller at index, then post request post, and for that we have a post controller at store, and so on. As you can see here, we have total 12 routes. Good, but because we are going to make a resource for the post, instead of something like this, we can use just the route : resource. And here we specify the URL, which is going to be /post. And here we just say in post controller, not specifying the methods or something else, just post controller, and that's it. So let me comment this one now. And this is the same as what we have added manually one by one here. Let's save and let's open the terminal again. Okay, so here we have 12 routes. If I clean and run again that route list, hit enter, as you can see, again we have 12 routes, but now you can see on the post routes we also have the names. So you can see post index, this is the name of the route. Okay, so what that's mean, if I uncomment this and let's comment the route resource here, if we want, we can add the name for the route, and for example post index, I'm going to name this, and let's open terminal and run again. And as you can see now, the get post has the post index name because we added manually. But instead of doing all of them manually, let's remove and let's use this route resource. Okay, so now we have a clean web PHP file. Okay, and also here when we make a get request a slash and we use this anonymous function here, we just have return a view. Now if you want only to return a view, because in the real world we make a logic, and for that we use controllers. But if you want only to return a view instead of this, we can use a route view. Okay, and now here we specify the path. In this case, it's going to be just slash, and here the name of the view, which in this case is going to be welcome. Okay, so this is the same as this one, but is more clean. So let's remove that, and now we have a very clean web PHP file. We created also the controller, which is going to be the logic for our post resource. So let's return a view, and here we need to pass the name of the view. Now instead of the welcome, because the welcome, if I open the web routes we use here when we navigate the slash, here we navigate the post, I'm going to add a different view. And let's go create that view, and we need to create that view inside the resources views directory, and here I'm going to create a new directory. So click on these views, and here we have a plus sign to create a new folder, and I'm going to name it posts. So all the files in this post directory is going to be related to posts. And now if I click here, and here we have to create a new file, and let's name it index.blade.php. And as you can see, I'm going to use .blade.php because, and not simply PHP, because Blade is a Laravel template engine, and we have some directives which make our life easier here. Let's add HTML5 emet here for this example, and I'm going to say post as a title, and let's add a h1 for now and just say post index page. Let's save this. Yeah, here now we need to specify the index blade inside the post, not the welcome. What we can do, how we can do that? By saying post. So the post is the name of the directory, and then we use the dot notation index. Okay, like this. So we say the index page inside the post directory. Let's save and let's open the project and navigate the slash post. Hit enter. Now we have a post index page. Okay, let's open the, let's close the web and let's open the index blade. And here, as I told you, the blade is a Laravel template engine, and we have some cool directives here. So let's say, for example, if we want to display something, we can use double curly braces. And for example, I'm going to say date, and I'm going to add the date of the day and come here and refresh. And as you can see, here we have the date. Okay, so here in the double curly braces, we can add the expression. Now instead of the date, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to post controller, and here we can pass data on this index blade. And how we can do that? So for example, here we can get all the posts from the database, but for now, let's say get all posts from database. But for now, I'm going to create a variable, and I'm going to name it name. Yeah, leave it like this, and also $age to be 32. And how we can pass this data to index.blade.php is by adding here a second argument. We have a helper compact method, but we are going to use an associative array here. And let's say name is going to be $name, and age is going to be the $age. Now instead of name, you can name it what you like. So for example, username or anything you like. So let's name this username, and I'm going to save that. And in the index, we can have access to username and age. So let's say in the double curly braces, $, username, save, come here and refresh, and now we have Alfred here. This is how we can display the username. So username, and also we have the age. So let's say a div with the say my name is double curly braces, $, user name, and my age is double curly braces, $age. Okay, let's remove that and let's save, and let's come here and refresh, and now we have here my name is. So let's zoom it. My name is Alfred and my age is 32. Okay, and as you can see, I have here highlights for the double curly braces, because if I open the extensions inside the VS Code, now if you use VS Code, because maybe you use PHP Storm and you are okay, but if you use VS Code, search for Laravel snippets, blade snippets, and install of these Laravel blade snippets. Okay, good. One more thing I want to show you. Let's say we get the data, but we don't have data inside the database, and I'm going to say $, post to be equal with an array, and yeah, let's say post1, post2, and post3, and now let's add this post also here by saying post $post, and as I told you, you can name it what you like. Now let's go here, and after this one, for example, we're going to have a UL, and then an li to display post 1 and post 2 and post 3. But how we can do post 3 like this? And because we have the post array, we can say, for example, here double curly braces and $, post, and get the first one, and the same thing we can do for the second and the third. So let's copy this, say 1 and 2. Now if I save and come here and refresh, we have post 1, post 2, and post 3. Good, but instead of something like this, we can use for each. And how we can use for each inside this blade Laravel template engine, using the add symbol and then for each, and here we make post as a post, and inside, for example, we can say li double curly braces and pass in the single post, and then we need to end the for each. So here we say add for each, we make a for each here, display in the post, and then we need to end the for each, so to close the for each. Now if I save that, come here and refresh, we have the same result. So if I go right here and add one more post, so let's say post 4, come here, refresh, now we have post 4 here. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. What I wanted to show you, the view and how we can pass data from a controller to the view using this view helper function, and then we can display the data in the blade using the blade directives. Now let's create a page for the create method. Here we need to show the form for creating a new resource. Then we need also a page to display the specific resource, also to show the page to show the form for editing the specific resource and so on. So I'm going to open here the directory, and inside the resources views we have this post directory. Let's create a new file here. We can also create a file by saying right click and new file, and I'm going to name it create dot use the blade dot php. Okay, hit enter, and now I'm going to copy what we have here and paste it in the create.blade. Just remove the data we have and leave only the h1 saying post create page. And now I'm going to duplicate this as a edit page. Okay, so now we have the post, we have the create, edit, and the index. Let's go to post controller and let's go up. Yeah, we need one more, so I forget that. One more for the show page, show.blade.php, and now we have here create, edit, index, and show. Okay, let's go to post controller, and here we have show the form for creating a new resource, and here I want to return that view. So let's say return the view, and here we have a suggestion post create, and we are okay because inside the post we have this create blade, as you can see. Okay, now let's go to show, and also here what I want is to return the view, and the name of the view is post show, and here now also I'm going to pass the post. Here we use the model binding, don't worry about that. Next we have this edit method, so show the form for editing the specific resource, and here I'm going to return the view post edit, passing here the post because we need the post for editing that post, and then we are okay. Now let's save and let's open the browser, and if I navigate to /post/create, we have here the post create page. Okay, so if I open the post create page, it will say post create page. Okay, now let's see what we have in the edit blade. We have also here post create page, but I'm going to say post edit page, and in the show I'm going to say post show page. Save. Now let's go to post controller one more time, because here we are going to work with data and we don't have the data for now. I'm going to remove just to show that the URL is going to work, and also on the edit the same thing. Okay, so let's remove for now. Let's save that. Let's open the browser, and here open the URL and change post create to post show, for example. And here we have post show page, and also if I change that to post, and here we expect to have an ID. If I open the terminal in here, and let's clean this, and let's say also I'm going to close this, PHP artisan route :list, hit enter. On the edit, as you can see, we expect the post to be here, so post slash the post or ID and then /edit, and this is for post edit and also post controller edit method. Let's clean and let's come here and let's just hard code it for now. Post /1, for example, /edit. Hit enter, and now we have that post edit page. Okay, and now we have all the pages we need to create a CRUD for posts. But if you see here, we have the same structure on every page. We have doc type HTML, head, body, and so on here. The same thing in here, the same also on the edit, the same in an index, and the same also on the welcome. And nowadays the modern web applications has special file, so-called layout file, when we move this the structure, the HTML structure, and then we can reuse that layout file in all the files we need. So for example, in the create, edit, and so on. And that's what I'm going to do in the next video. So in the next video, we are going to learn how to create a layout for all the pages. So we don't need to have the HTML structure in all our pages, okay? So finally, we have the Laravel Heart application for Windows. And now let's go to download this and set up. So here I'm going to download. Of course, I'm going to go to documentation because we need to run this as with administrator privileges. So if I go to installation and I'm going to zoom it this little bit, yeah. Heart requires Windows 10 or higher and needs administrator privileges during the setup process. So you can download the latest version, and then after downloading the installer, you need to run it with admin permissions so that the installer can add the Heart helper service that is responsible for updating your host file and map directories and linked sites to .test domains. And after the installation process is complete, you have a fully functioning PHP and Laravel development environment. So this means you may easily invoke the PHP, Laravel, and Composer binaries from the PowerShell. As you may see, we don't need the WSL here. So if I open right now the terminal, and I'm going to say PHP --version right now. Yeah, the PHP is not recognized, and the same thing if I say for Laravel --version, and also if I say node --version, the same thing. Okay, let's close this, and now let's open and install. I'm going to open the directory here, and then right click and run as administrator. Click yes here, and it's going to install. Okay, let's click finished. And do you want to allow public and private networks to access this app? Yes. And let's get started. It's going to download the PHP 8.3 by default. Okay, so loading, Windows loading here. Click yes. So do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? And here is going to install the Node.js, I think. Yeah, downloading Node.js version 21.7. Okay, I think we are good now. Let's skip for now here and let's get started. Yeah, we navigate the documentation for Windows, Laravel Heart, but what I want is to open the Heart application here. And we have the dashboard. Okay, very nice application. We have Nginx and PHP 8.3, as you can see. Go to General. We have a path here, users / username / Heart. You can add a new path if you want. Launch at login, updates, so to update the Heart automatically. Okay, then we have sites, and I don't have any site right now. Go to PHP, we have versions here, and by default is installed. The PHP 8.3 is installed. Then we have Node.js, and Node is 21.7. Okay, that is good. Now let's open the terminal and see. Let's zoom it a little bit here. And first I'm going to say ls And here we have a CRUD directory. Okay, I'm going to navigate there. So cd to CRUD, and right now I don't have any directory here. So if I say PHP version, right now we have 8.3. Very good. If I say Laravel version, we have also the Laravel installed. And if I say node version, of course, also the node is installed. Now let's create a Laravel project. I'm going to say Laravel new, hit enter. And now what is the name of your project? So I'm going to say example app, hit enter. Would you like to install a starter kit? None, the no starter kit. I'm going to say none here. Choose one for past. And it's going to create a Laravel project in this directory. So example app. Okay, here we have which database will your application use. I'm going to say SQLite. Okay, so application is ready. And if I cd it example app, yeah, here we are. If I say ls, we have all the files here. Good. Now if I open here that project, so example dash app dot test, we have a Laravel project in Windows using only one application. So we have Laravel 11 and PHP 8.3. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. What I wanted to show you how to install the new CRUD application for Windows. In this video I'm going to create the layout for our project, and for that I'm going to use a component file. So Laravel components refer to a reusable piece of code specially designed for your application's view, built with Laravel template engine Blade. And these components encapsulate the UI elements, promoting code maintainability and the dry, don't repeat yourself principle. And we can create a component with terminal or directly on inside the views. So here we need to create a directory named components, and inside there we can create a Blade file, and that Blade file is a component. Or we can also create with the terminal using the artisan command. So if I say PHP artisan and just say list for now to show you, scroll up where we have make a component. Yeah, here we have make component. So create a new view component class. This is going to create also the PHP class file and the Blade file. So let's see if I clean this and let's say PHP artisan make component, and let's name it a test component. If I hit enter, the component created successfully, and let's see inside the app we have now this view directory, and inside we have components, and here we have the test component class. Okay, so this is a PHP class, has a construct method and also a render, which is going to return the view components.test-component. Okay, so that command has created this class and also this view, which is inside the views components directory, and this Blade file, which has only a div, an empty div. So with that PHP artisan make component, we have created two files, the class component and the Blade component. Now this is if we have to make some logic here, but for the layout we don't need to make a logic, we just need to move the HTML structure. So let's delete this view, and also I'm going to delete the components directory and just show you one more time. So if I clean here and let's say PHP artisan make component test component, but now I'm going to say add the flag here dash view, which means it's going to create only the view, not the class. Hit enter, component created successfully. And now as you can see in app directory we don't have the view directory anymore, but we have inside the views, we have this components directory, and here now we have the blade file. Okay, and this is the Laravel component. Now I'm going to delete also this one and create right here. So right click, say new file, and I'm going to name it layout.blade.php. Hit enter. And now what I want to do is just add the structure. So I'm going to say HTML5, and let's add the title Laravel 11 tutorial. Okay, I'm going to save this, and now let's reuse this one in all the files. So I'm going to start with a welcome. Okay, so here we just return h1, and then we have some forms. So if I open here, and the forms was for the demo, so I'm going to remove all of them and just leave the hello world. So refresh. Now we have only the hello world. Now instead of using the doc type HTML and the HTML structure, we can use that component here. And how we can do that? By saying x dash, this is the component tag, and the name of the component, which is in this case is layout. So let's say layout, and let's close. And inside here we can add anything we want. So for example, I'm going to add the h1 saying welcome or welcome page. Let's save and let's see here. If I refresh, nothing showing here. And why is that? Because in the layout blade we have not specified where this is going to be rendered. Okay, so the h1. And we can do that by using the special keyword $slot. So double curly braces because we use blade, and then $slot, which means here is going to be rendered anything we put inside the X layout. Now, if I save that, come here and refresh, now we have welcome page. Okay, because we added here welcome page. Also, we can add a paragraph here. Let's say just testing. Let's save, come here and refresh. Now we have a paragraph testing. Okay, now let's use this X layout in all of our files. So here I'm going to cut the h1 and select all, remove, and use the X dash layout. Close that. Inside here I'm going to say post edit page, save, close this, close also this one, go to show blade. Here I'm going to copy only the h1, cut, select all, and use the X dash layout. And inside we can add what we want. So post show page also. Let's see the create, copy this, cut this, and then select all and remove, and use the X layout. Paste it here, save, and I think we are okay. Edit, index, we need to do the same thing. So I'm going to cut this and select all, remove, and use the X layout. Paste that in, close the X layout, and let's save. Also on the show, yeah, we have used that, and the welcome, and now we are okay. So if I come here and refresh, let's change the URL to post. Okay, now we have post index page. My name is Alfred, and so on. We have a list of posts. So now we have more clean blade file by using that component, which we named the layout. So here I am in the welcome page, and in the previous video, we on the post controller we returned on the index the view post index. So when we navigate the /posts, we're going to return this view and also pass in here some variables. Then on the create, we return the post create page. Also on the show and edit. But right now, if I want to navigate to /post, we need to change the URL. So let me just navigate / post for now. And now we are on post index page. But this is not what we want. What we want is to have a navigation here as all the website says and navigate between pages. For that, we're going to modify the layout blade. Okay, so here we have the default slot on this layout, which is going to render what we define here. So here X layout, and inside that we pass what we want, and that's going to be rendered here. Now above I'm going to say let's add nav, and inside the navigation I'm going to add the home link and also the not about but posts, and same here, posts here. Now if I save and come here and refresh, now we have home and post, so we are in post index. If I click home, now welcome page, go to post, home, and so on. Okay, that's okay, but let's style this, and for that I'm going to use Tailwind CSS. You can use also the Bootstrap, but I prefer Tailwind CSS, and let's navigate to Tailwind CSS. Let's search for Tailwind CSS, and here we have tailwindcss.com. And let's get started here. We can use play CDN, so we can add just this script inside the head of our, so I'm going to copy and just show you. Let's come here inside the layout. We can add that one here, and that's going to work. But if we want to make some customization, it's a good idea to install the Tailwind CSS. And if you go here, we have a framework guides, and let me just zoom it a little bit. And as you can see here, we have a section for Laravel. Let's click and navigate there. So after creating a Laravel project, we need to run the npm install, and let's copy this command. So install -d Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to open the terminal and paste that in. Hit enter. Next, we need to run the npx Tailwind CSS init-p, and this is going to create a tailwind.config.js file. Okay, so let's pass that, hit enter, good, and now we need to add the path to all of your template files in your Tailwind config.js file. So let's copy this, and in the VS Code now, down there we have the tailwind.config.js. Inside the content we have an array. I'm going to pass the resources ****star.blade.php, which means it's going to look inside all the Blade files we have inside the resources. Okay, next we need to add the Tailwind base components and utilities inside the resources css app.css file. So let's copy this, and let's see inside the resources CSS we have this app.css, which is empty, and let's paste that in, save, close this one. And next one is to open the terminal and run the npm run dev. I'm going to copy that, and let's come here and say npm run dev. Okay, finally we need to make sure your compiled CSS is included in the head. So we need to use with resources css app.css, specify the CSS file here, and that one we need to add in the layout. So instead of the script here, cdn, I'm going to pass the app.css file, so I'm going to point to this one. Okay, now here we have some components. If you navigate there, most of them are paid, but also you can find some free components. But I mostly work with Flowbyte, so let's search for Flowbyte here and flowbyte.com. So build websites even faster with components on top of Tailwind CSS. And let's get started. And what we need is navigation. So I'm going to select the navigation here. Just, yeah, here we have nav bars. And we have a default nav bar. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this one. And let's close also this, and let's go to layout. And here when we have this nav now, I'm going to change with what we have copied there. I'm going to save, and now let's see on the browser what we have. So if I open the Laravel 11 tutorial and refresh, yeah, here is the navigation. Okay, just we need to make some changes. So let me scroll up. Let's clean this, and the href is going to be the pointer slash here. The image, I'm going to leave that one and just say Laravel 11 here. Next, I'm going to add home and also post links and remove the others. So if I scroll down, we have the home, which is going to be the pointer slash. And also here I'm going to change that to be posts and pointer slash posts. Okay, next, remove the others. Highlights. Let's save. Okay, as you can see, we are inside the post index page, but the home link is highlighted. So if I click post, as you can see, we stay in here. If I click the home, we navigate the welcome page. And always the home link is highlighted because we have hard-coded classes here. And that's what we are going to fix in the next video. Also, I'm going to create a separate component for only the nav. Okay, so create a separate component for the nav and include inside the layout blade.php. And also we need to fix the highlighted link. So we are in the home and the home is highlighted, but if I navigate the posts, now we are in the slash posts here. Again, the home is highlighted. So we need to fix that, and let's start. And also let's position the data here in the same position we have the nav bar. So I'm going to open the layout page, and here we have nav bar, and I'm going to cut this, and inside the components, let's create a new component, and I'm going to name it a navbar.play.php. Hit enter, paste the navbar here, save, and now in the layout, let's render that navbar using the x dash and the name of the component, which is navbar in my case. Save, come here and refresh, we have the same result. Post on. Okay, now because we are not going to add something here as we have done on the with the X layout, as you can see, we have add something, but inside the navbar we don't need to add something. What we can do is just self-close that, and it's going to work again. Okay, now let's fix this the position right here in the same as the navbar. And what I can do is in the welcome here we can cut and move inside the div with a class to be max with 6xl and mx auto, I'm going to say, and inside paste that in. So the max width is going to be max width 72 rem, and also mx auto is margin left auto and margin right auto. Now if I save that, come here, as you can see we have the same result. But if we navigate the post, yeah, we need to do the same thing also in the post index and also in the other files. And if you want to have the same in all the pages to be rendered in the same line, what we can do is, instead of applying some classes in every page, we can navigate the layout and put the $ slot in that div. So div with class max width 6xl mx auto. Put the slot and let's close the div. Let's say come here. The same result as you can see. If I go to post now, yeah, we have the same. Now let's fix the link here. And I have open here a blade template. So in the Laravel documentation, you can go and read more. And we have here also blade directives. And what I want is to navigate the conditional classes here. As you can see here, we have conditional classes, and we can apply some classes conditionally. So if that is active, this is going to be applied. If it's not active, it's going to be applied this one. So let's copy this and let's open now the navbar. And let's apply here first. Okay, so default classes is going to be this one. And also we need that is active. So that is active, I'm going to pass right here. I don't need the has error, just is active. And now let's cut all the classes and I'm going to move it right here. Now the active is active. What I want is to be text white, BG blue. So I'm going to cut that and paste it here. Then MDBG transparent and text blue. Also cut that one and paste it here. And next in the dark mode, the same thing. We need to cut that and paste it here. If that is not active, I want to copy what we have here to this one. So text gray 900, cut, paste it here on hover, MD hover, cut it, paste that one, also on the MD hover text blue. Next is on dark mode, we need to set text white, MD dark hover, and I think, yeah, we need to cut all of them and paste it. I don't need the has error here. And let's save. Now the is active by default is false here. We have hard coded that. And if I come here and refresh, here we have now the home. And as you can see, it's not highlighted. If I go to home, yeah, the same thing. Here we have the post, but we don't see because I removed all the classes there. Now let's change this to be true. And as you can see, the home is highlighted. If I go back to false again, save, now it's white. Now we need to check if we are inside the home URL, so just /, we need to make the is active true only for this link. And if we are in the /post, we need to make active the links in the post link. And if we have more than just these two links, we need to replace the code over and over, and this is not a good idea. So we can create a separate component for the link. So inside the components, let's create a separate component for, let's name it a navbar link dot blade.php. Okay, and now let's move the li completely in here, and also let's cut this for now and paste it right here inside the navbar. Now I'm going to remove also this one and just render that component. So x dash and the name of the component, which is navbar link. And in here I want to say home. Let's duplicate this, and for example for this one I want to say post. Now if I save, come here, we have home and home, but we say here post. And that's it, because in the navbar link, we have hard-coded the home, and inside here, we need to say that the $sign slot, the default slot. Now if I save that, we have home and post. Okay, but here we are in post. Now if I go to home, yeah, we are in home. If I click to post again, we are inside the home, because we have hard-coded in the navbar link the href. And how we can fix that? Let's remove the href from here, save, and in the navbar, I want to say href, to pass the href right here, and say for this one is going to be slash, and for this one is going to be slash post. And if I do that and I come here, nothing is going to change. So this is not anymore a link, as you can see. If you go to documentation of Laravel, and here we have blade directives. Also we have components, so passing data to components. I click, so you may pass data to blade components using HTML attributes, and hard-coded primitive values may be passed to the component using simple HTML attribute strings. So like this, type, xlr type, passing the error. Or PHP expressions and variables should be passed to the components via attribute that use the colon character as a prefix. Now if we have a $sign message or an expression here, we need to specify colon here, so which means this is dynamic. Okay, but in this case, in this example, we have a class component, and we don't have a class component. We have an anonymous component. So here we have components, we have anonymous components. And let's go down there, anonymous index components, and scroll down, we have the data properties and attributes. So anonymous components do not have any associated class, so we can pass the data there. You may specify which attributes should be considered data variables using the props directive at the top of your component's blade. All other attributes on the component will be available via the component's attribute pack. And here we have an example, okay? So this is, we add the type error and the message, and also we can add some classes if we want. And then on the props, we have here a props directive. We pass an array, and for example, the type, what we have here is going to be a variable, and also message is going to be a variable. But as you can see here, the class is not applied here, which means, as you can see here, all other attributes on the component will be available via the component attribute back. So we say attribute merge and pass in the class. So it's going to merge this class also in here. Now let's open the navbar link, and at the top I'm going to say props, pass an array, and what we want here is just if that is active, and by default let's make this false and remove now this one. Okay, so now if this is active, this active is going to come from here, but also now we need to pass attributes. Let's copy that and paste it here. Don't want to add the merge class, just pass in the attributes, because we need to add the href here. Okay, so this href now is going to be inside here because we added the attributes. So let's see, if I come here and refresh, first as you can see is a link, and if I go to post, now we navigate the slash post and all. Next thing is to add the active prop. So on the navbar, we can say, for example, to this one, I want to add the active, and here I add colon because this is going to be dynamic. the active is going to be, for example, for this one, true. If I save and come here, as you can see now the home is true. Or if I want to add the true here, we can say active to be true here and false here. Save, come here. Now the post is true. But we want that to be dynamic when we are in the home URL, the home to be true, and when we are in the post/post, the post to be true. And how we can do that? That we can do with the helper method from Laravel, which is the request. The request helper, and we need to change the is, and if the request is slash, this means that is true, and the home is going to be true. If the request, if that is post, it's going to be the post true. Okay, let's see now. Let's come here. As you can see, we are in the post, and the post is true. If I go to home, now home is true. Post, home, so very good. So now we have this clean link. We specify the href here and the active if the request is this link. So we are in the post now, and we don't have data from a database here. We haven't worked with the database yet, and I want to prepare the front end first. So I want to also create a form. So we need a form to store data in the database. We need to fill a form, and through that form we can send data to database. For that, I'm going to open the Flowbyte, and here on the scroll, I want to search for forms, and let's see input field. And the post will have a title and the description. So here we have also sizes. If you want, the default one is this one. So let's copy the default one. And I'm going to open here the create page. So create blade inside the resources views post. And in here, I'm going to add first a div with some classes. So this div is going to be max width to Excel, mx auto, and let's say also p4. And inside I'm going to add a form element, and inside the form element I'm going to add a div with a label for the title. So I have to change that to p title, and the input. And then also let's see for the text area, which we need for the content description. So let's copy this, and let's create a div, and inside the div add that one. Okay, so if I zoom it a little bit out, yeah, here we have the form, a div, and I'm going to apply the same classes also to this one, which we added the text area, and the same one I want also for the button. So let's add the div with the class to be margin bottom of 6, and here let's add a button, and we can scroll here to find the button. I'm going to choose the default one. So I'm going to copy that, paste it here, and this button is going to be type submit, not a type button. Okay, let's save and let's see how it's going to look. So open the project, let's navigate in the /post/create. We navigate through the URL. I'm going to fix that right now. And here is the form, because I am in the dark mode. So if I change the light mode here, let me just change something in here. I'm going to add the BG to be, I'm going to choose slate 200. On the dark mode, it's going to be slate, let's choose 900. And also I'm going to add the rounded to be large. Let's save and let's see now. Yeah, now we have something like this. If I change that to dark mode, we have something like this, and just we need to change also the body. So let's open the layout, and inside the body tag I'm going to add classes. So it's going to be BG slate 100 or white, you can say. And on dark mode, I'm going to say it's going to be BG slate 900. Now from here, not 900, but 800. And yeah, now it's going to look like this. Yeah, but the header is not looking very good. So let's fix that. Go to the create. And here we have the header. So let's add, but cut and add this inside a div. Okay, add some classes here. So class padding of 2. Text is going to be slate 700. On dark mode, I'm going to change that to be text slate 200. And also on this div, I'm going to add some classes. Margin top of 4. And let's save. Come here, and yeah, here we have. If I change now the light mode, we have something like this. Okay, good. Okay, now if I go to pose, yeah, we don't see nothing here. And let's go and open the index inside the pose. I'm going to fix this, just the heading, because the others I'm going to leave for now. And for the heading, instead of adding the same classes we have here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this. And let's open the components and create a new component only for the heading. So I'm going to say header.blade.php, paste that in. Now instead of post create hard-coded here, I'm going to cut and say $slot. So here we are going to render what we want in if we use this header component. Let's close, and now let's use in here the x dash, name of the component is header, and inside I'm going to say post create page. Just let me navigate there, slash create, just yeah, now we have post create, and we can use also that on the index. So instead of this one, we can say I'm going to cut the post index and use that x dash header. Inside add the text you want, and then go to post. We have here post index page. Good. Okay, so now I want to add a link to navigate the post create page. So for that, let's open the create, and I'm going to copy the button here, or just copy the classes and go to index, and here I'm going to add a div, or let's say a section, and inside the section I'm going to add a div, and inside this div I'm going to add this button or on link. So anchor tag with the href to be slash post slash create, and I'm going to paste the classes we have copied from there and say create. Now if I save that, yeah, we have this create page, but what I want is to have in right here, so on the right position, and we can fix that because we have added a div here by applying a class with flex and justify, and let's save. Now we have that here. If I click, we navigate the post create and post index. So we have prepared the front end to create a new post. So we have a post form here. And if I open the VS Code, when we created the project, I chose to have SQLite as a database. Now, if you don't prefer that, and if you prefer to have MySQL, let's open here. You can use also, if you have a CRUD Pro, you have with the CRUD Pro the MySQL as a service. But if you don't want to spend money on the CRUD Pro, you can open the DB engine. So open the dbengine.com and download this tool. So I have downloaded that, and let's install. Okay, so first we need to move this to application. And another tool I want to show you is the Table Plus. So go and search for Table Plus and download also the Table Plus. So the Table Plus is for Mac OS, iOS, Windows, and Linux. Okay. And also the DB engine used that to display the database. So now I'm going to open the DB engine here. Let's say open, check automatically, and here let's create a new MySQL connection. The name is going to be MySQL, and just say create. Okay, now as you can see, if I say start, and here we have an arrow key. If I click here, we have open in Table Plus. I'm going to install first the Table Plus. So let's also install the Table Plus here, and then we can open the database. Okay, so now let's click here and say open in Table Plus this MySQL connection. Open, and here we have the Table Plus, and we have the default databases. I'm going to create a new database and say Laravel _tutorial. Okay, let's click OK and open this one. Now we need to navigate on the .env file and change this DB connection to be MySQL. Okay, also uncomment everything here. The port is 3306. The name is Laravel _tutorial. The username is root, and the password is empty. Now, if I save that, and let's open the terminal. Wait, open new terminal. As you can see, I have run the npm run dev because we need that. And here on new terminal, I'm going to say PHP artisan migrate and hit enter. And yeah, we have running migrations and has created the users table, cache, and the jobs. Let's close this and let's open the Table Plus. And if I refresh, here we have now. Okay, so we have users, session, and so on. Okay, so now we have users, which is empty. And for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the terminal, and just let me open right here. I'm going to clean this, and I'm going to use the Tinker, which we can use to interact with the project from the command line. So I'm going to say PHP artisan Tinker, hit enter. Okay, and now let's create a new user from here. I'm going to say user : create, and inside the parentheses I'm going to add an array. If I open the Table Plus, the users has name, email verified at, which is null, as you can see. Also we have password, remember token, created that, and updated that. So let's say I'm going to add name, email, and password here. So name is going to be Tony, for example, and okay, like this. Email is going to be tony@email.com, and password is going to be, let's say for now, just password as a string. If I hit enter, as you can see, we returned the user with name, email, password. Now password is hashed, as you can see, because by default, if I open here, just let me show you, we have also the ID1, updated that and we created that. And let's just scroll this down, and I'm going to close now. Let's open the user model. We're going to talk more about that, but for now, just to show you. And here we have protected function class, which return an array. We have the email verified at, which is a dated time, and password is hashed. So if we, because we have added just a string password, this means that is going to be hashed. And for that, if I open now here and refresh, as you can see, we have this user. Okay, with name Tony, email tonyemail.com, and the password this one. Okay friends, that's it all about this video to connect the database and just create a simple user through the artisan thinker. In the next video we are going to start and work with the project, so I'm going to close this one. And yeah, here we have the form. We need to create also the post migration, because we don't have the post migration right now. As you can see here, we have the model, but we don't have the migration. We need to create also the migration and then store the data, what we have put here, into the database. So in this video, let's work with migrations. Now we have the front end for the post, to create a post, and also we have created the model when we create the controller. In real world, when we create a Laravel project, we create first the model, and then the prompt is going to ask us if we want also the migration and so on. But I'm going to show you both ways. So because we have now the model, I'm going to open the terminal, and let's say for now PHP artisan list. Okay, so here we have the list of commands. Let's go to make, and we have make migration. Here, create a new migration file, and let's use that. Let's clean this, and let's say PHP artisan. And as you can see, this PHP artisan we are going to write many times. Now I have installed authentication in my machine, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create some bash aliases for that. And what we can do is we can modify the HRC, so we can say vim, not bash rc, but shrc like this, and we can add here the aliases if you like, but also, which is a good idea in my opinion, is, so let's just close this, to navigate in the authentication/custom, and here I'm going to create a new file. So let's say touch a new file, and I'm going to name it main.zshell. Okay, hit enter, and now let's vim that main zshell, and here I'm going to add aliases. So alias, first we need to hit I, and then say alias, for example, art for PHP artisan, and here I'm going to say PHP artisan. Okay, for example, alias for npm run dev, I'm going to say nrt and say now npm run dev. Also npm an alias for npm run build, npm run build like this, and say npm run build. You got the idea. Escape this, save and quit. And if I close this and open again the warp terminal, let's see the CRUD and the Laravel tutorial. Now if I say npm run dev like this, hit enter, it's going to run. So let's clean this, and now let's say artisan, which is PHP artisan, make migration. Okay, and now we need to say create underscore the name of the table. In this case, it's going to be post underscore table. Okay, hit enter, and now the migration inside the database migrations is created successfully. And here it is, right here. We have two methods in this class, so up and down. The up is to create the table, down is to delete the table. And here we have this schema, which comes from facade. Okay, is calling this create static method, which as a first argument is the name of the table, and the second is a callback. In this callback, we put as an argument this blueprint, which is coming from database schema blueprint. And this is the blueprint for our post database table. Here we have by default the ID and timestamp, but what we want. So in this case, what I want is to have also the title and the description or the content. So let's say $table, and I'm going to use string, so chain the string method and pass in here the argument title, the name of the column. Also for the body or for the content, I'm going to use text, and let's say the name is going to be content. Okay, now if I save that, let's close and let's open the terminal again. We created the migration with this artisan command, so artisan make migration. And now if I open the table plus, right now we don't have that table post, okay, because we created in our project, but we need to run that. So to run, we can just use artisan command, so PHP artisan migrate. Okay, and now it's creating this post. If I open the table plus and I refresh, now we have the post table here with the structure of ID, title, content, created at and updated at. Okay, now if I use Tinker here, so artisan Tinker to create a new post, we created separately the post model and post migration, but because the model has named post and also the migration has the same name with plural, Laravel is smart enough to connect this model with that migration. So let's come here and let's say post model create, and we need to specify the title and the content. So let's say title to be, for example, first post, and migration and content, sorry, to be, okay, let's say just first content, and hit enter. Okay, so we have this error, so mass assignment exception, which saying add title to fillable property to allow mass assignment on this app models post. Okay, so let's do that. Let's come here and let's say protected $assign fillable, and here I have added the title and the content, because this we're going to provide in here. So for that we need to add protected fillable here. First, let's save the post, and now let's exit first. Okay, and let's run again Tinker, and then post create and hit enter. Now we have the first post, as you can see, returned. So title is first post, content is first content, and so on. Also, if I open here, refresh, go to data, we have the first one here, as you can see. Okay, so let's go and exit. We have a artisan command, for example, to say migrate :status to see the status for the migration. And yeah, we have users cache, job, and post as run. Okay, now let's see another command. So if I say artisan migrate :rollback, this command rolls back the last batch of migrations, which may include multiple migration files. But because right now we have run only for the post, if I say migrate rollback, hit enter, rolling back migrations, only the post table. Refresh, and as you can see now, we don't have the migration because we rolled back only for that. Okay, let's go and delete this migration, and also I'm going to delete the model. Okay, and let's create together now the model and the migration. So I'm going to say artisan make :model, hit enter, and here we have a prompt. What should the model be named? In our case, it's going to be post, hit enter, and then we have a prompt. Would you like any of the following? And let's navigate the migration, hit tab and hit enter. Okay, so now the model inside the app model is post created, and also the migration inside database migrations created successfully. If I open the model, here it is. We have the same thing, and let's just add the protected fillable title content. I'm going to remove this user ID, save, close, and let's go now to migration. We have the same thing, just add here the title and the content. Let's save, and as you may know, we need to run the migration. So artisan migrate. And now if I open again for the last time, we have here post, which is empty, but we can create that using the Tinker right now. So artisan Tinker, and use the previous command to create the first post. If I come here and refresh, now we have the first post here. Now in this video, let's work with the form to submit this form and create a new post. So we are in the post create page, and let's start and open the VS Code first. Let's go to create blade, inside the resources, views, posts, and here we have the form. Now inside the form, in the form tag, I'm going to add the method, which is going to be post uppercase, and the action, which is going to be /post. Okay, then we have an input with type ID, and let's change also your message to be content here, and we have an ID for the text area here and rows. Now if I save that, and let's open the web routes. When we register the route, we have registered this route resource /post. Now if I open the terminal here, and let me just create a new one and say PHP, or in my case is art because I created the alias for that. So PHP artisan route : list, and we have here a post, the post URL, then we have the name of this route, which is post.store, and the controller is post controller at store. Okay, so the control, we have the Laravel is the MVC, which stands for model view controller. So the blade is the view, here is the controller, and we have also the model which is up here, so models post. Let's go to store method, and here we have this request. By default, when we created the controller, we use this illuminate HTTP request. And when we send a post request to this URL, let's for now just say die and dump and pass in the request all here. Okay, or just request if you want. And let's save. Let's go back, refresh, and if I say just click here, we have 419 page expired. And you may have the same error, and this means Laravel is protecting us, so we need to add the CSRF protection in our form. Let's go to create blade. As I told you in the previous one, after the form, we need to add the CSRF token. CSRF blade directive, which under the hood, if I save that and just go back here and refresh, inspect the element, and here we have the input. Okay, so if I zoom it a little bit, we have the input type hidden, name underscore token, and the value is the token. Okay, now we have that. Let's refresh and let's just hit, and I'm going to change that default to say store. Okay, the button. So yeah, now if I click store, we have the request here, which has attributes, a request, a query, and so on. The path info request URI also has the session. Now if I go to this one, request, input back, and has an array which has only that token. For that now we don't have that 419 error. Okay, but what we want is also to have the title and the content. To have the title and the content inside the request, we need to add a name in our input. So inside the input, we need to add also the name, and what the name is going to be, we are going to have inside the controller. So let's say name title for the input title, and for the text area, I'm going to say name content. Now if I save that and come here and refresh, let's say store again, go to request, and as you can see, we have parameters, an array with 3 items. Now we have a token, a content, and the title, which are null because we're not filling them. Now if I refresh and let's go back on the controller, now what we want is to create a post, and we learned that how to create with the Tinker, and the same thing we're going to do also here. We're going to use the model, post model, which is the wrapper of the post database table. And here we have all the methods. As you can see, we have create, all, update, and so on. We're going to learn one by one. So let's say create, and here we are going to pass inside the parentheses an array, and we're going to add title, which is going to be a request title, and body, and content is going to be the request content. Okay, so just one more time to show you, if I say die and dump, not request all, but let's say for now just request title, and save, come here and refresh, store, we have null. If I go back and add something inside the title, input, say store, now we have that string here. Okay, let's go back and let's remove now this die and dump. Let's save, and also I'm going to open the table class here just to show you. Inside the post, we have only this first post. Now let's go and create something here. So I'm going to say second post here and add something in the content, and let's say store. We have a blank page. Okay, but if I open here the post table and refresh, now here we have the second post. Congratulations, so we created a new post. But what we want is, when we store a new post, we want, for example, to go back the post index. And how we can do that? By saying here, return redirect. It's going to redirect. And also we have this route helper, passing here the route name. Okay, so if I open again the terminal, we have here the names. For /post, we have this name post.index. For the post, we have this post store. Post/create, we have post.create as a name. For post/single post, we have this post.show, and so on. If I use this one, let's come here and go back again and refresh. I'm going to say just something here to create a new post store. And as you can see now, we redirected back the post index. And if I open again the post table, we have a new post here. Good. Also, we can use here return the route like this. This is another new method. And if I go back, go to create, and let's say for the last time something here, let's say store, and we redirect the post index page. In this video, let's work with the validation, because right now here we are in the post create page, and if I say store, yeah, we have this error. So let's validate the data we sent through this form, and if we have some errors, we can display the message right here. Okay, so let's open the VS Code for that. And when we store, we can validate the data using the request validate. So let's say $data, or we can say validated data, or just validated. And it's going to be equal with request and chaining the validate method on that request. And inside we have an array with the key and the value. Now the key is the name of the input. In this case, we have input with name title and the text area with a name content. For that, here we say the key for title, and the value is the rule. In this case, we have applied the rule to be required, and pipe, this is a new rule, max 255, so it's going to be maximum of 255 characters. For the content, we have only one rule, which is required. Okay, also we can add them in an array. So here we can add an array, and instead of something like this, we can do something like this, okay? And you can add as many as you want. Also here, for example, you can add an array. Let's save now, and here, when we create, instead of passing this title and the content, we just need to say $sign validated. Now we are okay. Let's save. I'm going to open also the table plus and show you we have 4 posts right now. Let's go back, and if I refresh, store, nothing. But if we type something, so let's say just post number 5 and something inside store returned back. And if I open and refresh, we have here post number 5. Okay, but what if I go to create? As I told you, I want to display the message if we store here and the validation fails. How we can do that? Let's go to create. And for example, above here, we can say, we can make a for each blade directive for each, and we can say $errors. We have these errors if we have any error from the validation, and we say for each errors all, get all errors as $error, and let's display that error in a span. Okay, I'm going to and let's display that error in a span with a class text red 500, and let's save. Just we need to cut this and check if we have any error. Okay, so we can say if $errors any, and then put this, because if we don't have any error and make this for each, it's going to have the error. Let's open this and refresh. Right now we don't have any error, but if I say store, the title field is required and the content field is required. Okay, so if I type only the title and hit store again, now we have only the content is required. Okay, now if you prefer to display the error under the input, so the title error to be under the title input and the content error to be right here, we have also a blade directive. So instead of something like this, we can add, so here we have this div for the input, we have a label, and for the title, sorry, we have the label and the input of the title. And right here, after the input, I'm going to add error blade directive, and here we specify the name of the input, which is title, and the error for the title. Okay, so here we have validation for the title, and if we have any error, let's display in a span again with the text red 500, and also let's say text to be small. Now if I save that, come here and refresh, if I say store, as you can see, the title field is required, we have right here. And let's do the same thing for the content. So after the text area, I'm going to paste that in, just change this to be for the content, and we just say message here. Okay, and that's it. Now let's come here and refresh, store, yeah, the title field is required and the content field is required. Okay, also let's say we want the title to be, I'm going to add right here, minimum of let's say 5 characters, and the same for the content, minimum of 10. And let's say come here and refresh, just 3 characters here and more than 5 in this one, but less than 10. If I say store, we have the title field must be at least 5 characters and the content field must be at least 10 characters. Okay, also we can do more. For example, here on the input, let's zoom it a little bit out, so you can see we have here focus border blue 500. So when we focus here, I want also when we have an error to be border red. So we can do right here, I'm going to say if we have error for the title, I want to add border, let's say red 500. Okay, now if I come here and refresh, let's store. Now we have here also border red, as you can see, and we can do the same thing on the, let's copy just this one, on the text area. So on the class, just we need to specify this is for the content. And I go here refresh. Now if I store, we have also border red. In this video now, let's work with this index method and also with the show method. Here on the index, we have some hard-coded data. We want to display a listing of the resource, so a listing of posts. We need to get all the posts from database and display there. And also with the create, we are okay. With the store, we are okay. And then we have the show to display the specified resource, so to display the specified post. And let's do that. Let's go up here. I'm going to remove everything. And let's get the post. So I'm going to say $, post to be equal with, and we need to use the post model. Okay, so make sure you import that. And then colon, so call the static method all. This is going to get all the posts. And then let's remove what we have here. Leave only the posts. Let's save. Let's open the index page inside the resources, views, posts. And here we have a UL, and for each post as a post, and displaying here the post, but we need to display the post title, not the whole post. Let's save and let's see now. Okay, so let's open the index page. I'm going to click the home, and yeah, we have undefined variable username, because here we have a div my name is, and I want to remove that. And let's save, come here. Now, yeah, we have first post, second post, third, fourth, and 5 posts. If I create a new one, so post number 6, and let's add something on the content, and let's say store. Yeah, we have redirected the post index page, and we have here the post number 6. Okay, I'm going to open the flow byte now to design this list. Okay, so here we have a card, and let's use this one. So I'm going to copy this, open the index.date.php, and here I'm going to paste that. Save. In here now I'm going to add the title, so double curly braces, $, post title. Here I'm going to add the content, so double curly braces, $, post content. And here we have a link to navigate to read more. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say /post/ pass in the post ID, and we have here a read more. Okay, now if I save that and let's open the project, yeah, we have something like this. If I refresh, now if I click the read more and just show you the, and as you can see, we navigate the post show page. We go back, post show page, good. Let's work with that. Let's open now the post controller. Okay, here we need to receive the post ID, because we added on the link, we added /post/ as you can see, the post ID. And let's do that. Let's say $ID, and we can do $post to be equal with post : find, and here we pass the ID as the argument, and if we find, we have a post. But what I prefer is to say find or failed. So if we failed to find this ID is going to throw 404 not found page. And then I'm going to add that post in here. So let's say post to be this post. Now we have that post in the post.show page. So let's open that. Show blade inside the resources views post. And for now, let's add here double curly braces, $ post title. Okay, let's save and let's see. If I refresh, we have here first post. If I click, we have first post. I'll go back, second post, click here, we have a second post. Now, because we have added here the post ID, Laravel, by default, if we want, we can remove this line. I'm going to comment that, and here we can inject directly the model. So passing the post model $, post, and Laravel behind the scenes is going to do this one. Post to be able with post find or failed ID. Okay, and then if I save that and come here, go back first, refresh, click on the first post, read more. We are on the first post, and click here, we are on the second post. Okay, friends. Now let's display also the content here. So let's say mine with some classes. So we just say max width 6XL, MX auto, margin top 6, and large margin top 20. And inside, I'm going to add the paragraph and say double curly braces, $ post content, not body. Let's close the main here and let's save. Now come here and refresh. Yeah, we have here the content. Go back, second post, go back, and so on. So let me just fix this design here inside the post index, and we are going to work with the edit form in this video. So I'm going to open the VS Code, and here we are inside the index. We have this UL here, and then we make a for each and pass in a div. And instead of the UL, I'm going to make this a div and add the class grid calls 1, MD grid calls 2, and large grid calls 3. Okay, let's save and let's see now. Yeah, now we have something like this. Okay. Also, let me fix a little bit the show page. So on the show blade, I'm going to cut this and add a div with the class to be max width 6XL, MX auto. I'm going to add also margin top to be 8. Let's add also PG to be slate 50, and I'm going to add around it to be large. And paste that in, and let's close the div. Let's save, come here. Yeah. Add some classes also on the H1. So the text is going to be 3XL. And also let's add text to be indigo 800 and font to be semi-bold. Like this, come here, we have first post and the content here. Let's say also the content to be P4 and margin bottom to be 4 like this. And now we are okay. Now I'm going to add here on the show page a link. So the same link we have here on the index. So let's copy this one and paste it right here. Let's save, go to second post, and we have this create just inside the section. Now with that a margin top of 4, and now we are okay. Instead of create, we're going to say edit, and we need to change also the URL. Now here we have hard-coded the URL also in here, and let's use now the route names also. Okay, so here we have route list. For the post create, we have post.create as a name. Post show, we have post.show, and when we have this post slash curly braces, single curly braces, and the post, we need to add also the post ID here. Okay, so when we use the post.show and we have this, we need to add also the ID. Okay, let's use that. So post create, we're going to say double curly braces and route. Just close this. So double curly braces, so the route helper method, and here we specify the name, which is post create in this case. Let's save, then let's go to this one, and for this we need the edit. So if I come here, we have here post, passing the post and then slash edit, and the name is post edit. Let's do that. Let's use the route. So route, and here we add post edit, but also we need to add the ID here. So the first argument is the route name, and then we also need to add the post ID, because we have here the URL post/edit. Okay, I think we are good. Now let's save. Let's come here. If I go to edit, we are inside the post edit page. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to create, and here I'm going to select all, copy, and paste it inside the edit page. So select all also here and paste that in. Change the header to be post edit page. Also on the create, let me just navigate there. Let's go up when we have a method post and the action is /post. Also here we can use the route, so double curly braces and say route post store. Okay, we are okay now. Let's save, let's close this. Also on the edit, we are going to use the same thing, so we are going to use the route, and here we say the name as a first argument, post update, and also we need to add the post ID, because on the put and patch here we have the name, which is post update, but also we need to add the post. Okay, if I save that and let's come here, yeah, first we have an undefined variables post, we add it here, and that's it, because on the edit method now here we're going to receive the post. Okay, so when we say route post edit, we pass also the post ID, which we are going to receive here, and we can just say post ID here, or we can use the route model binding. So the same thing we have done here, just passing the model post $post, and then here we are going to add post on the edit blade. So now we are okay. If I come here and refresh, yes, because we are inside the edit page, we need to fill the title and the content. For that, inside the input, I'm going to say value to be equal with double curly braces, and we use the old method, passing here the name title, comma the post title. Okay, so if we put something in the title and we have the error, it's going to remain that one. Otherwise, just add the post title. If I save and come here, we have the second post. Now for the content, we have text area, and here is going to be something different. We're going to add inside the tag text area. Here, use the old method for the title, for the content, and also here just say $post content. Let's save and let's come here. Let's go to post. Let's say second post. Edit the second post. We have second post and something. Go to post number 6. Edit. We have post number 6 and yeah. Let's change also this button to say update. Okay, so instead of store, we're going to say update. Yeah. Now let's update the post. On the post controller, we have this update method, which has a request and also the post injected. And what we need to do is just to update that post. We can say $validated and yeah, say the request validate, passing the title and the content the same we have also when we create the post. Okay, and then we have the validated data. And here now let's say $post update, passing the validated. Then what we need is to return the route post index. Okay, save and let's test this. So we have post number 6. I'm going to change the content. So I'm going to say content for post number 6. Say update. And yeah, we have the post method is not supported for the route post/6. And why is that? Because here on the form we use the method post, but we are going to update, not the post, the store. So the method is going to be put or patch. And instead of passing here put or patch, we're going to say method and specifying the method here. In this case, I'm going to say put. If I save now, go back and refresh. Let's say now content for post number 6 update. We redirected back and here we have post number 6 and now the content for post number 6. Okay, good. We can also change the title. So let's edit post number 6. I'm going to update it. We can say update and we have post number 6 updated. So the update method works correctly. We can also check if the validation works. So if I remove everything and say update, we have the title field is required and the content field is required. If I refresh, we have the same thing. If I just say content for post number 7 here and remove this one, say update, now we have only the title field is required. So also the validation works. So in this video, I'm going to work with the delete. We have here the edit. We can edit this post. So we have here the first post and let's go and see this one. I'm going to say edit this one and change that to be a second post. And also here, I'm going to select this and say second post content. Okay, if I say update, we have here second post and second post content. But when we navigate the show page, we have the title and the content. We have this edit button right here. I'm going to add also another button and to delete this post. Okay, so let's do that. Let's open the VS Code and in the show page, we have this link for the edit. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this and let's add another div here with a class, the bflex, and not justify center, but I'm to say justify between, and then paste this link and I'm going to add another one, and let's close this div now. Okay, if I save and see, we have 2 edits. Just change this to be delete and now we have the delete. Also, I'm going to change the color for the delete to be red. And yeah, now we have edit and delete. Now just in case, if I change on dark mode, we have something like this. Yeah, we need to change this body here, which is this one. We have BG Slate, but on the dark mode, I'm going to say BG to be Slate maybe 700. And also the text on the dark mode is going to change. So let's say on dark mode, the title is going to be text indigo and maybe 400. Also the content on the dark mode is going to be text gray, let's say 400. Save, come here, and yeah, now we have something like this. Okay, now let's work with this delete. We have this href post is going to be not edit, but it's going to be destroy, because if I open the route list, here we have the delete post slash, passing the post here, the name is post.destroy and the controller is destroy. So come here, we have this destroy method, and we can do something like this. We can say post, which is injected here, delete and return the post index. But this is not going to work because here we have a link and we need to submit a form to delete, not just click on the link. So let's just show you. If I come here and refresh, click delete, nothing is going to happen. Now instead of something like this, let's make this a form with a button. So I'm going to change this to be a button. And the button is going to be type submit. Okay. Then I'm going to cut this, another form, with the action to be route post.destroy, passing the post ID, adding the CSRF token, and also the method, we need to override that to be a delete method, not post. And then I'm going to add the button and let's close the form. Save, come here, refresh. Now we are in a second post. If I click delete, we are redirected back to post index page and we have only the first post and this post here. If I click here and delete also this one, we are directed back and we have only the first post. Let's create another post and I'm going to say testing and also testing here, store. Yeah, the content field must be at least 10 characters. So let's say testing and something else here. Let's say store. Now I'm going to delete this testing, say delete, and we are redirected back. Okay, friends, that's it what I wanted to show you in this video. But for example, anyone who can visit this website can edit and delete the post, and we don't want that. So in the next video, we are going to start and work with the authentication. I'm going to open the VS Code, and here, first of all, I'm going to create a controller. We have the user model and migration. So if I go to models, we have this user here, and also the migration is coming directly with, yeah, we have a users here. Okay, let's close and also the database, and let's open the terminal, and in here I'm going to say PHP or just use the alias art make colon controller and hit enter. Now the name of the controller is going to be, if we want, we can use the user controller and make a resource, but I want to have a different controller for the register the user and different for the login the user. So I'm going to say register user controller, and this is going to be only for the registering the user. Hit enter, Now, if you want empty resource, I want to be empty this one. And let's create one more for the login the user. So I'm going to say login user controller. And this one also is going to be empty. Okay, now let's open the web routes and register the route first. Okay, so here I'm going to say route and not resource, but first it's going to be get. And I'm going to say slash register. And this for this one, I'm going to use the register user controller class. I'm going to use also the method here. Specify the method name, which is going to be register. And also let's give it a name. So I'm going to name this register like this. Then I'm going to create a new route for posting the form. So here we're going to render the form. Here we're going to use that for posting the form, and this is going to be route post slash register. We're going to use the store method here. Here the register method and here the store method. And we are naming this register store. Now let's do the same thing for the login. Route get login, but the controller is going to be the login user controller. And the name is going to be login also for the post login. So route post slash login using the login user controller. And here we use the store method. And the name is going to be login store. Okay, now we have the routes. Let's open the register controller. We are going to use with a register in this video. And here, let's create a method register, which is going to return the register view, but we don't have that. And first I'm going to add that inside the auth directory and then register. Okay, so let's open the resource views, and inside the views I'm going to create a new directory named auth. Okay, so the same thing we have done also with posts. And inside the auth I'm going to create a file named register.blade.php. Okay, and one more for the login. So let's create right now login.blade.php. Good. Let's close this login for now. And I'm going to navigate the posts inside the create. I'm going to select all here, copy, and I'm going to paste it right here in the register. Okay. Let's start and work a little bit with this one. So first, let's change the header to say register. Then we have the method post, and the action is route post store. But if I opened the web routes, we named that register.store. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it here. So the route is register store. We have the CSRF token, but here, as you can see, we have title and description. We don't need that. So first I'm going to remove the text area, and we have a label for title. Let's change that to be for the name. Okay, because if I open the table plus for users structure, we have name, email, email verified, password, and so on. We need to add the name, email, and also the password. So this is going to be name, and the name here is going to be also name, and the error is going to be for the name. Okay, so let's copy now this div and paste it right here. This one is going to be for the email. So let's say email, and the name is going to be email. Now we are going to change also the type to be email type, and the error to display the error for the email. Okay, next for the password, let's say here password, the name is going to be also, and let's select also the error. It's going to be password, and the type, not is going to be text, it's going to be password. So we're going to hide the text, And we need also the password confirmation. So let's do that. I'm going to copy this div and duplicate. Now this one is going to be password confirmation. Okay, and also here the name is going to be password underscore confirmation. Type is going to be password, and the error also is going to be for the password confirmation. And I think we are okay now. Let's save and let's open the register user controller, because here we need to create this store method. So public function store, passing the request here. Okay, so first we need to validate the data. So validate the request and saying request validate, the name is going to be required. And let's add an array. So it's going to be required. Let's say max 255. And also I'm going to add the min to be 5. It's going to be also a string. And then we have this for the email. Let's leave it like this and just change the password. I'm going to add here to be required first. Min 8 is going to be confirmed. Then, and let's add also the default for passwords. We can say rules from the illuminate rules / and password defaults, but we need to import this. So if I say import and not use rules password, but import the rules from the illuminate / validation and / rules password. Okay, let's use that. Let's save. Now we have validate the data. Let's register the user, create a new user. So let's say $user to be user model and create. Okay, here we say name to be request name, email to be request email, password. I'm going to use the hash facade, hash make, pass in the request. So it's going to hash the string we put as a password. And we have here the user. Next thing is to log the user in, and we can use the auth helper here, login, passing the user, and then I'm going to redirect the user. So let's say return to the route. For now, I'm going to return to post index. Let's save and let's see now. Okay, so if I run the fresh here, PHP artisan migrate fresh, also seeding the database, which I think if I open the database seeder, we create just one user, so with testexample.com. And let's open here. Yeah, here we have one user. Now let's create a new user here. And for that, we need to navigate the / register. So I'm going to say Tony example here, dot test. Just let me do that correctly and also add password. And we need to add the password confirmation. If I say store, the name field must be at least 5 characters. So let's say Tony Java like this, and then Tony example, add the password again, and let's say store now. Okay, so we are logged in. I think we redirected the post index page. Let's see. Let's come here and refresh. We have a new user and we are logged in because we redirected to the post index page. Now, if I open here, we have this create link, as you can see. And if I open the index page, index blade inside the resources views post, we have this create link. I want to hide this and show only if the user is authenticated. For that we have a blade directive. So let's cut this section and use that blade directive, which is auth, which means only the authenticated user can see this block inside the auth and auth. So if I put that one now and save or refresh, we can see that because we are logged in. If I log out, and for that I'm going to use the inspect element, go to cookies, and here we have this Laravel session. I'm going to delete them. Let's delete also this one. Now if I refresh, as you can see, now we don't see that create link. We have a CSR token and also the Laravel session, new one. Let's go. I'm going to close this one and let's navigate again to register. Okay, because we are here now, let's say user example. I'm going to test example, but with this text example we have in our database. Okay, here is this, the test example. For the password, I'm going to add password here and something else on the confirmation. Okay, as you can see, we have long password confirmation just to test the validation. Let's say store. The email has already been taken and also the password field confirmation does not match. Okay, so the validation works correctly. Now, let's say user example, add user example here, password and also password, and let's say store. As you can see, we redirected the post index and now we see again the create link. Okay friends, so that's it all about this video to work with the user register, and in the next video we're going to use with the login page. And in this video let's work with login and logout. I'm going to add also two links here, two links if we are not authenticated, so the login and register, and one link, the logout, if we are authenticated. Right now we are authenticated, for that we see this create link, because in the index page, in the post index page, we put this section inside this auth blade directive, which means only the authenticated user can see that. Now let's add two links there. So I'm going to open the Navbar, and here we have the home and post links, and I'm going to copy this and duplicate. So let's copy and duplicate this one. One is going to be for the login link and one for the register. Okay, now let's change also the href, which is going to be for this one. I'm going to use the route. So let's use a route and say login here. And this one is going to be register. So route, register. Okay, also the same thing here. If the request is login and if the request is register. Okay, now if I save that, come here, we have the login and register, but we want to show them only if we are not logged in. Right now we are logged in, for that we see this create link. So if we are logged in, I want to add another link. So let's copy that. And this is going to be the logout link. For now, just let me see. Yeah. Now, how we can hide the login and the register to show only if we are not authenticated, and the logout only if we are authenticated. For the logout, we are okay because we learned in the previous one, we can put that inside this auth blade directive. So let me cut this and say auth and paste that in. Now for the login and register, which we want to be visible only if we are not logged in, not authenticated, we can use else here. So let's say else and put that in, save. Now we see only the logout, or let me just move this else. We have the opposite of the auth blade directive, which is quest, which means if the user is not authenticated, what we put inside this quest is going to be visible. And if the user is authenticated, it's not going to be visible. Okay, so if I come here now, yeah, we have only the logout. Okay, first I'm going to work with the logout because we have here. And for that, let's open the web routes and register the route because we don't have the route. We have the route for the login and logout. Okay, and let's, not get logout. We need to use a post method because we are not showing anything here. Just use the login user controller and the method is going to be logout. And the name, let's name it logout, okay? Let's save and now let's open this login user controller and let's create that method. So here we are going to create the login, then the store, validate the form data, and then let's create the logout method. Okay, so for the logout we need the request. So let's use the request $request, and first I'm going to use the auth facade. And yeah, we can call directly the logout, or we can use the guard. And the name of the guard is web, because we are working with the web, not with the API, and then call the logout. This is going to log the user out. But also I want, because here we have the request, for that I want the request here, I want to destroy the session. So say request session invalidate, and also request session regenerate token. So it's going to generate a new token for us. And then I'm going to return to the route, let's say post index. Okay, let's save this. Now I'm going to open the browser and refresh just to show you. If I inspect the element and go to application, cookies and Laravel, now we are logged in here. If I clean everything and refresh, we are logged out. As you can see, we have login and register. So this is what we are going to do here. We log out, then invalidate the session and regenerate the token. Okay, as you can see, now we have a new token here and new session. Okay, let's close this, and I'm going to register for the last time here. Just some gibberish here, and also some gibberish email, add a password, yeah, we are on the post index page. We have this create now because we are logged in and we have the logout. Okay, now when we click to the logout, we need to call this method. So let's go to Navbar, and here we have this link. But as I told also when we worked with post delete, we don't want to just use the link and post there. What we want is, I'm going to cut this and use a form. So let's say form with a method to be post, and the action is going to be route logout. Okay, we need to add also the CSRF token, and then I'm going to put this navbar logout, and also I'm going to close the form. Now here we have a form, we have this link. Now we can create a button here if we want, but let's use a link here because we have the styles and so on. And let's say, let's add some JavaScript, say here false, and then I'm going to use the JavaScript on click event.prevent default. Okay, and then when we click here, I want to submit this form, so we can say this dot closest form. What we want is to submit that. Okay, so we on click we say event prevent default, so we are going to prevent on click, and then this closest form, so this form here, we are going to submit that when we click to this link. Let's save and let's see now. We have the route logout and the method is post. We are okay, so let's come here and refresh. We click now on the logout, and as you can see, we log out. We don't see the link here. We have the login and register. If I click the register, we navigate there. If I click the login, we don't have that laid right now. So let's go to login user and work with this. Okay, so first I'm going to open the resources, views, and we have auth here. And inside the login.date.php, I'm going to copy what we have in the register, select all, copy and paste it here. And we need to make some changes. Instead of register store, we're going to say login store. Okay, so here we have this login store. Then the method is post. We have the CSRF token, and for the login we need the email and the password. So let's remove the name from here. We have the email here and the password. Let's also remove the password confirmation. And instead of register, we're going to say login. Let's save. Let's come here and refresh. Oh yeah, on the login user controller, we need to specify this is going to be inside the auth directory. And now refresh, we have the email and password. Now let's work with the logic to login the user. First, we're going to validate the data. We can say the request validate, email is going to be required, and email and password is going to be required, minimum of 8, and also let's say is going to be a string. Okay, then we have the validation. Let's attempt to log the user in, and we can use and let's leave this one here. Okay, so here we say if auth guard web, the same we work with logout, and attempt. So this attempt accept an array, so the credentials, and we're going to add the email and request email and password, the request password, and also the request remember, but I'm going to remove that because we don't have that. Just pass in the email and the password. Now if successful, then redirect to their intended location. So return redirect intended route post index, else. And if is unsuccessful, then redirect back to the login with the form data. So redirect back with errors email provided credentials do not match to our records. Okay, so let's try. Let's save this and let's come here. Okay, so now let's try and log in with the John Doe. We have register and add the password. Let's say login. Yeah, we are logged in. We have logout here and create here. So right now we are not logged in, and we cannot see that create link. If I register here with a fake filler, we are logged in, and now we can see this create link. When we click here, we navigate the post create, and we can create a new post. Okay, good. If I log out, we cannot see that, but we can navigate through the URL, the /create, and yeah, we can create a new post here. Okay, but what we want is only the authenticated user to create a post. And how we can protect that? And one way is to open the controller, so the post controller, and here on the create we can check if not authenticated. So if the user is not authenticated, and we have a check method, and this is going to return true if the user is authenticated, or false if that is not. So if that is not true, I'm going to abort 403, for example. Okay, now if I save that and let's navigate, we are not logged in as you can see, and if I navigate to /create, yeah, we have a 403, or for example we can say, let's say return to the route login the user, and if I refresh now, yeah, we return to the login page. Okay, so one more time, if I navigate the post index, we don't see that link to create, and if I navigate manually here, we redirect to the login page. If I register here, we can navigate and create a post. Okay, but for example, if I want to apply the same thing on the store, we need to copy and paste this one, so to repeat the code, and the same thing, for example, if we want on the show, edit, or update, or delete, and so on. And that is try, so don't repeat yourself, which is not good. Now let's use a middleware. So if I open the Laravel, and inside the basics we have the middleware here. So the middleware provide a convenient mechanism for inspecting and filtering HTTP requests entering your application. For example, Laravel includes a middleware that verifies the user of your application is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, the middleware will redirect the user to your application's login screen. And let's do that. Let's apply that middleware in the route. So I'm going to open the web routes, and for the post we have a resource, so I'm going to apply to all the post routes. I'm going to say middleware auth, the name of the middleware. This is coming with Laravel. So if I save that, and let's open now post create, we are logged in. Okay, if I log out, we redirect the login page. If I navigate the post, we redirect the login page again. Okay, so we cannot visit also the post index page because we have applied this middleware auth on the resource of post route. Okay, now let's say route, and now I'm going to use the middleware directly here. Specify the name of the middleware, which is auth, and here we use a group function, and then here we can register the route. Instead of this dashboard, which is auto-completed for me, I'm going to say route : get, and here let's say /post/create, and I'm going to use the post controller class, the create method, and the name is going to be post create. Also for the post, for the edit, okay, and for the delete. So I'm going to protect the post create, post the post to store a post, a get for the edit to show the edit form, for the update in the post, and for deleting the post. All the routes here is going to be protected by this middleware, which is the auth middleware. Then I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to register a new route. So just let me do something like this, which is going to get the post, and here we have the index method, and the name is post index. Now this route is not protected, and also that let's add also the post show, which is not protected. So I'm not going to protect the show single post and the show all posts. If I save that, and let's come here and refresh, if I click the post now, yeah, we can visit all the posts we can read the post here. Yeah, we need to hide the edit and delete, because right now if I click edit, yeah, we redirect back the login because we are not logged in. But just in case, I show you, we can visit the post and also a single post. But if I want to edit and delete, we redirect the login because we are not authenticated. Now also, if I register here with a fake filler, let's say register, okay. Also, here we are authenticated and we can also visit the register page, which is not correct. Okay, so I want to protect now this register and also the post, the login, the get login and post login. So only the unauthenticated user can visit them. And how we can do that? The same thing we have done here. So let's register a new route. I'm going to say route using a middleware, but now I'm going to use a guest middleware. And yeah, I have here a auto completion from my AI, and here we have added a middleware guest, which is the opposite of the auth. Okay, so only the unauthenticated user can visit the routes here, Okay, so the register here, get login and post login. I'm going to remove the logout, and I'm going to move the logout. Also, I'm going to remove all of the routes here. I'm going to cut the logout and put inside this one. So the logout is going to be protected and only the authenticated user can visit this. Now, if I save that, as you can see, we edited the home page. And if I click again manually to register, yeah, we edited it back. Also, if I navigate the login, we redirected the home page. Good, that is okay, but what if I want to create a custom middleware? So let's do that. Let's open the terminal, and I'm going to open a new instance of the terminal, and here I'm going to use the PHP artisan, or art in my case, make colon, and I'm going to say middleware. And for example, I'm going to say can view post middleware. And yeah, I forgot to add another D here and hit enter. Okay, so the middleware created successfully inside the app HTTP middleware. If I open here app HTTP, we have a middleware directory, and here is the middleware. We have one function, the handle function, which accepts the request, and the closure. So it's going to return next request. Okay, right now this is not going to do much. If we just create that, we need also to register this route. And where we can register this route, in Laravel 11, we need to go to bootstrap app.php. And here we can configure our application. As you can see, application, we have with routing, with middleware, with exceptions. So here we have with middleware, we have a function passing the middleware.assign middleware. And here we can say $middleware, and I'm going to specify for this is going to be for the web. And yeah, here I'm going to add this can view post middleware. Okay, now if I save that and just come here, yeah, nothing is going to happen. So if I go to post, view post, yeah, nothing is going to happen. But if I go to this can view post middleware, and just for example, I'm going to say die and dump here, and yeah, die and dump the request user. Save, refresh. Yeah, as you can see, we have a die and dump here, and not because we are on this post view, but also if I refresh on the post, we have also this die and dump. Also, if I go back to home page, refresh, so this is going to be applied on every request. Okay, now let's go to app PHP, and instead of something like this, I'm going to say, also you can read more here on the documentation. So middleware aliases, we can say middleware alias and give it the name of your middleware. So I'm going to do that. So let's say alias, and here we need to add an array. And the first one is going to be the name, which I'm going to say can view post, and the middleware is can view post. Also, we need to import that. Now, if I save that, and let's come here and refresh, nothing happened. Go to post, nothing happened. Go to single post, nothing happened, because we need now to apply this middleware inside the route. So I'm going to copy that, go to web routes, and for example, only on the show post, I'm going to apply that middleware. So I'm going to say here, middleware, and the name of the middleware is can view post. I'm going to close that, and if I save this, as you can see, we have a die dump. If I go back to post, nothing happened. Go to home, nothing. Go to post. Now if I click the create, nothing. But when we go to post show, we have this die and dump. Okay, but we don't want to add a die and dump. What we want is if the user can see the post. And for now, I'm going to say if auth check. So if the user is authenticated, I'm going to say return the next request. Otherwise, I'm going to say return and redirect the route login. If I save that and refresh now, yeah, we can see that post because we are logged in. If I log out, click here, we redirect the login page. Okay, so if I register now and click here, yeah, now we can see that page because we are logged in. Okay, friends, this is how we can create or custom middleware, how we can register, or how we can create an alias and then we can use on the routes, so to apply to any route we want. And if I go to register, let's register with a new user. Okay, we can navigate the create page. We can create a new, the create post. We can create a new post, and then we can view this post. But here we have this edit and delete button. And this is okay for now because this post I have created, so I can edit and delete. But what if I log out and let's register a new user here and visit now this post which is created by another user? Yeah, we have this edit and delete button, and this is not what we want. What we want is only the user who has created this post can edit and delete this post. Okay, so we need a connection, a relationship between user and the post. And if I visit the Laravel documentation, we have eloquent ORM and we have relationships here. So defining the relationships, one-to-one, one-to-many, one-to-many inverse, has one of many, has one throw, and has many throw. Also we have a polymorphic relationships. But what we want in our case is one-to-many. So user can have many posts. One user can have many posts. So this is one-to-many relationship. And let's go. So a one-to-many relationship is used to define relationships where a single model is the parent to one or more child models. And here we have an example. A blog post may have an infinite number of comments. But in our case, the parent is going to be a user and the child is going to be a post. Okay, so let's start with that. I'm going to open the VS Code, and the first thing we need to open the migration, the post migration. Here, because the post is going to belong to the user, we need to add also the user ID in this migration. So let's say $table, and I'm going to say origin ID or origin ID 4 and pass in here the model. for example, a user model, like this. Okay, you can read more on the Laravel documentation. So if I search for origin key, yeah, for example, we can use $sign table unsigned big integer user ID, and then say $sign table user ID references the ID on users, or $sign table origin ID user underscore ID constraint. But this is the short version. Also, if you scroll down, we have this, on update cascade or on delete cascade, or chaining cascade on delete. Okay, so if I chain that, constraint and also cascade on delete. So when the user is deleted, also the post belong to that user is going to be deleted. Okay, now because we have make changes to this post migration, we need to run the PHP artisan migrate fresh. And I have alias for that, so just fresh. Okay, let's clean and let's close this. Now let's open the project, refresh. Yeah, we don't have this post. Let's go and register with a new user. Create a new post. And if I use a fake filter now, say store, we're going to have the error because the field user ID doesn't have a default value. Okay, and let's go back also here. As you can see, we have a relationship. We need to create a relationship method on the model. Here we have an example post with comments. So the post is the parent, and this is a child. The child is going to be plural. So the name is going to be plural and is going to return as many relationship. So let's do that. Let's open the user model, which is the parent, and I'm going to create a method, public function, post, and this is going to return as many relationship. And say here, return this as many, passing here the post class. Okay, good. Now let's open also the post model, and here I'm going to also add the user ID and then create a public function user. Now, as you can see, because the post is the child, the relationship method name is going to be singular, and this is going to return belongs to relationship, okay? And return this belongs to the user. So this post is going to belong to the user. Okay, let's save that. I think we are good. Now let's open the controller. So if I open the post controller, on the store method, we validate the data, and yeah, we don't need this, which is only the title and the content, and we say post create validated, but we need also the user ID here. And yeah, we can say, for example, $sign validated, and I'm going to add also the user ID in this array. Okay, passing this auth ID, which is the ID of the authenticated user, and this is going to work. So if I save that, and let's go back here, refresh, use a fake filter just to save some time, and as you can see, it's created the post, but we have also the better way. Instead of something like this, we can use the relationship, so auth user, which get the authenticated user, and then we use the post relationship we created in the user model. Okay, we have created this post method, and here we chain that, and in this post relationship we chain the create and passing the validated. And if I save that, refresh, let's say create, and let's say store now. Yeah, is created. Okay, we can edit and delete, that's okay. So if I just say update it now, and why we don't return, scroll down, update. Yeah, we need a return here. I have forgot to do that. So return the post show. Okay, let's return the post show. Let's go and refresh here. And yeah, we return here updated. Now let's remove this updated. Update. Yeah, we return here. Okay, but what if I log out and let's register with a new user now and visit this post? Also, this one can edit this, which is not what we want. Okay, what we want is only the user who has created this post can be able to edit and delete. And how we can do that? Let's go on the edit first. Here, I'm going to show the post edit page only if this post belongs to authenticated user. And I'm going to check. If the $post user ID is not triple equal to auth ID, I'm going to abort 403. Otherwise, return this post. Now, if I save that, let's come here. I'm going to log out and let's register with a new user. Okay. Now this user has no posts. If I go to this one and let's say edit this one, we have 403. Okay, forbidden. That's okay. The same thing we can do also on the update and on the destroy. But as you can see, this check is almost the same we have done with that middleware before we trying to use middleware. Okay, and we have a better way to do that. And the better way is to use Laravel policy. And if I go to Laravel and just search for the policy, so creating policies, we have authorization, and policies are classes that organize authorization logic around a particular model or resource. For example, if your application is a blog, you may have an post model and a corresponding post policy to authorize user actions such as creating or updating posts. And this is what we are going to do in the next video. So in the previous video, we left on the edit, we make a check here. If the post user ID is not the same as the auth ID, we say abort here. So right now, the user is not the same. We have this 403 on the edit page. But as I told you, instead of using this if check, we can use a policy, and let's do that. Let's go to Laravel documentation. On the security, we have this authorization. We have gates here, but let's go and create policies. Here we have this example, so PHP artisan make : policy and the name of the policy. In this case, is post policy or what we want. Also, we can add the model here. So let's copy this and let's open the terminal in our VS Code. And here I'm going to paste that in. Hit enter, and now the policy inside the app policies created successfully. Okay, let's close this and let's open that post policy. Okay. And here we have all the methods, and as you can see, all the methods is going to return Boolean, so true or false. So determine whether the user can view any models. And I'm going to just return true here. So all the users can view all the posts. But determine whether the user can view the model, so single post. We can also leave here only the user who owns that post can view, but I'm going to return true. also here, so all the users can see the posts, a single post. Then we have here create, so determine whether the user can create models, and also if the user is authenticated, I'm going to return true, so it's going to create a post. Next, on the update here, so determine whether the user can update the model. Here I'm going to check now. If the user, I'm going to say just return, not true, but I'm going to return and say here $, user ID is triple the post user ID. So if the user ID is triple post user ID, it's going to return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. And the same thing I'm going to do also for the delete. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Okay, save. Now, if you go here or register policies, because we have the model post and the name of the policy is post policy, we don't need to register that. So by default, Laravel automatically discover policies as long as the model and policy follow standard Laravel naming conventions. So specifically, the policies must be in a policies directory or above the directory that contains your model. So for example, the models may be placed in the app models directory, while the policies may be placed in the app policies directory. In this situation, Laravel will check for policies in app model policies, then app policies. In addition, the policy name must match the model name and have a policy suffix. So a user model would correspond to a user policy class. Okay. Then you can go and read more here. So writing policies. Yeah, we have the same thing here. Returning user ID triple the post user ID. As the same we have also here. And if we scroll down, so responses, we can response here. So we can say response allow or response deny passing a message if you want to do that. And then we can say response to be get inspect, passing the name of the method, okay, and also the post object. And if response allowed, okay, so the action is authorized. Otherwise, we say echo or response message. So it's going to display this message. But I'm going to leave like this. And right now, this is not going to do much. We need to use this post policy on the post controller, or we can use as a middleware or as a blade directive on the blade. So you can read more also here. So we can say get authorize, passing the name of the method and the object. Let's scroll down. Without model, or if we want to add a filter for if we have admin users, and authorizing actions using policies. So on the controller, we can check if the request user cannot update passing the post, we say abort. But I don't prefer that. I prefer to use the gate, so via the gate facade. And here we can say just gate authorize, passing the name of the method and the post. Okay, so let's do that in our project. Here we check if the post user ID is not that, abort. Instead of that, we can use the gate facade. Authorize. I think what we have, not eliminate auth access. Let's import the eliminate support facades gate like this. So we say gate authorize, passing the name of the method and the post object. If I save this, and let's see now, we have right now forbidden, but if I refresh, we have 403, this action is unauthorized. Okay, so this is protected, and we can do the same thing also copy and paste on the update. And on the destroy, but on the destroy, we are not calling for the update method. We are not using the update method, but delete method, okay? So let's say delete here, and let's save. Let's go back here, refresh. If I click the delete, we have 403, this action is unauthorized. So now we have used that post policy in our controller. Okay, but what I want also is to show and hide this edit and delete buttons based on the authorization here. So if the user can update, show the edit, and if the user can delete, show the delete button. How we can do that? We need to open the show blade inside the resources views post, and here we have the button to delete and also the link to edit. I'm going to cut this, and also you can read more here. If I scroll down, as we can see, we have via middleware we can say can, specifying the method which is update and passing the post, or just can update post, or can create passing the app model post like this via blade templates. So we can use the can blade directive, passing the method name and the post object. So let's do that. Let's say can blade directive, the method is update, and we pass the post because we have here the post we return from the controller. So let's scroll up on the show. We have here passing the post. We have the post on the show. Now check if the user can update, passing the post object. I'm going to add that link, and the same thing we can do for the delete. I'm going to say can delete the post, and then after the for I'm going to end can like this. Let's save. Let's see now. As you can see, we don't see the edit and delete. Good. Let's go to posts, and I'm going to create a new post with this user now. And let's say my post here. And just to see, store, and here's my post. If I click to this, my post, we have the edit and delete, and we can update this. So if I say update, okay, it's updated. Also we can delete, but if I click to this one, yeah, we don't see that. And if I manually go to /post to /edit, we have the 403 authorization. This action is unauthorized. Okay, friends, that's it. How we can use post policy in Laravel, and also you can, let's open the web routes. We have add the middleware out on all the routes here, but for example, if you want on the post edit, we can apply that middleware. So for example, middleware can create the single one, or just saying can create and pass in the post model. So let's do that. Let's go to this one and say can update post. Now if I save that, yeah, we have protect the edit here. So I'm going to comment this for now, just a little bit. Let's go to edit and refresh. We have 403, the same thing. If I remove this can update post and save, and now if I refresh, yeah, now we can edit the post who not belong to us because we don't have authorization, but let's leave it back, that one. And also I'm going to add on the post controller the same thing. But what if we want to add an admin in our project, and the admin can edit and delete all the posts? How we can do that? Let's start by adding a column in the user's migration, and we can do that by opening the user's migration. And for example, we can add here a new column or we can create a new migration just for that. So say in PHP artisan, or in my case art, make migration, and I'm going to use double quotes and say add is admin to users table. Hit enter, and the migration inside the database migrations with this name created successfully. Okay, let's close this and let's open that. So is admin, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say just $sign table boolean is admin, and by default is going to be false. Okay, and also down there I'm going to say $sign table drop column is admin. So when we delete, also we are going to delete this column. Okay, let's save and let's close this. Now, because we created a new migration, let's run that migration. So artisan migrate, but before that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the, let's go to Seeders database, Seeder, and here we have this user. When we run dbseed, we created a new user with this name, test user, and the email testexample.com. I'm going to change this to say this is going to be an admin user, and here let's say admin example, and then I'm going to add also the is admin to be true. Okay, let's save and let's close, and now let's open the terminal and run fresh. I have an alias for that, so PHP artisan migrate fresh -seed. I'm going to close that. And one more thing we want to do is to open the user model, and here on the class we need also to register is admin, which is going to be a boolean. Okay, we need to cast that, and let's save and let's close. Now we have that user. Let's open the, we don't have now posts in our project. Let's go and log in with that user. So admin example.com, and add the password here. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to display the name of the user right here. So let's open the navbar, and here when we check for guest and for auth, right here I'm going to say a span with the class to be text blue, and also I'm going to say font to be semi-bold like this, and in here I'm going to display the auth username. Okay, let's save and let's see. Now we have admin user. Okay, let's create a new post, and I'm going to say admin post, and here on the message just some gibberish, and yeah, this is admin post. Now because we are the owner of this post, we can edit and delete. Good, I'm going to log out, and let's register a new user. I'm going to change the name of the user to be test user, and let's register this one. Okay, now if I click here, yeah, we cannot edit that, but let's go and create a new user, a new post, sorry, and I'm going to say this is test user post store. Now this is a test user post. If I click, we can edit and delete. Very good. I want to log out, and I'm going to log in with admin. Okay. Now I am admin user here. I can edit this post because this is my post. But if I click here, and as you can see right now, we cannot edit and delete. And also if I go manually here to edit, yeah, we have 403, this section is unauthorized. But if we go to authorization in the Laravel documentation and scroll down the policies, because we protect them with policies, yeah, we have here, but we can add the filter, the post policy. Yeah, here we have the policy filter. So let's copy this one and let's open the post policy, and here I'm going to add that one. I'm going to write here, and here we check if the user is administrator, but we don't have that is administrator. If the user is underscore admin, return true, otherwise return null, or we can say return false, which is better. And I'm going to save that. Now let's go and refresh. Yeah, now we can edit and delete that. Okay, so this is test user post. Let's say update, and that is updated. Let's go back. Update. Okay, let's go to post. Let's go to this one. Yeah. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, other thing is to create a gate. So let's go up here on the documentation of Laravel, and we have gates. So write in a gate. So gates are simply closure that determine if a user is authorized to perform a given action. And typically gates are defined within the boot method of app service provider class using the gate facade. And we have an example here. So for example, update the post, but I'm going to create another one. So let's open that app service provider, and inside the boot method we need to create a gate. Okay, so let's import first the facade, and then I'm going to change the name here. I'm going to say is admin. Okay, and the function import the user from the app models user. We don't need the post here. I'm going to return $user is admin. Okay, let's save, and now let's open the web routes to register new route. Here on the route middleware out, I'm going to register a new route here just for the admin, and I'm going to say route get admin, and just for now I'm going to add the closure here, function, and return. We don't have a view, but I'm going to return a string here. You are logged in as admin. Okay, and the middleware, as you can see, is admin. We don't have this middleware, but we can use the same thing we have here, can. So let's say can is admin, and let's save. Let's come here and let's visit this admin here. So let's say /admin, hit enter. You are logged in as admin. Okay, what if I log out as admin and register a new user, which is not admin? And now if I navigate the admin page, we have 403. This action is unauthorized because we added this middleware can is admin, or we can use that can and say in here is admin. Okay, so on the app service provider we define this gate is admin, and now the same thing is going to happen. This action is unauthorized. Now this is a simple one, and in the next video we are going to create a new middleware, a middleware just for the admin user. And because we are not logged in, let's go and register first. And then if we navigate to /admin, we have this action is unauthorized. Okay, now in this video I'm going to create a middleware for the admin, and when you navigate to admin and if the user is admin, I'm going to display a table with all the posts we have in our project. Good. So for that I'm going to remove this gate from here. Let's save, let's close, and let's open the web routes. Here, instead of this one, I'm going to use a middleware, but for now, let's leave it like this. And I'm going to remove this middleware from the post show, because right now, if I navigate to posts and log out, we cannot see a single post until we are logged in. We need to be logged in to see the post, but I don't want that, so let's remove this one and let's save. Now let's create the middleware first and also the controller for the admin. So I'm going to open the terminal and let's say artisan, PHP artisan make colon middleware, and the name is going to be is admin middleware. Okay, and also I'm going to create a controller for the admin, so artisan make colon controller admin controller. Okay, let's close and let's open the is admin middleware, and here I'm going to check if the user, yeah, we can check it here, or we can add this. So if I come here, we can add the auth middleware and then the admin middleware. But let's leave it. Let's also check if the auth check, and also I'm going to check if the auth user, we don't have this as a role, but I'm going to say is admin like this. Return the next request, otherwise I'm going to say just abort, or we can return to something else, but for now I'm going to say abort for all three. Save, close, and now we need to register that middleware, and we need to open the app.php inside the bootstrap, and we have registered this can view post the previous videos. Now let's say $middleware, and also here I'm going to add an alias, and here add an array is admin, import is admin middleware. Okay, save and close, and now here we need to use that, so middleware and the alias is admin. Okay, if I save that, and we are logged in, but we are not admin. If I navigate /admin, we have 403. Okay. Now let's work with the controller. So here, instead of the function, I'm going to use that controller. So I'm going to say add an array and use the admin controller class. And the method name is going to be index. Let's save and let's open now the admin controller, and let's create the method. So public function index, and here I'm going to say $post to be equal with post all. Import the post model all, and then I'm going to return a view admin index, passing the post here. We don't have this admin index, we need to create that. So let's go to views, and here I'm going to create a new file. It is going to be inside the admin, and the name is going to be index.blade.php. Hit enter, and I'm going to open the post index. Let's select all here, copy, close this and paste it here. Okay. Here we make a for each post. If I save that, and let's navigate, or first we need to log out and log in as admin. Okay, and also let's add here a link, then if we are admin, to navigate admin. Okay, so let's open the navbar. I'm going to copy this post link, and I'm going to check here if the auth user is admin. I'm going to paste that link, but also I'm going to check here auth check, and then also the auth user is admin. Save and refresh. We have, yeah, we need to change that to be admin. The href is going to be admin, also the request admin, and save. Now let's click here, and as you can see, we are in the /admin and we have this, but I want to add here a table instead of something like this. So here on the flow by tables, now we have some tables here, but I'm going to choose this one, which is the first one, and just copy, and let's go on the index, and here I'm going to add first, or let's just paste that in. I'm going to save, and let's see now how it's going to look. Yeah, like this. Okay, we need to make some changes here. So I'm going to display the ID of the post, the title. Okay, so here is the head, what we see here, the title, and that's it. Also, we can display the created ad, and this I'm going to leave it empty because I'm going to add the edit and delete button. So here now, remove the others and leave only one, and this one I'm going to put in the for else. I'm going to use the for else, and here say $sign post as a post, and paste that in. Now if we are empty, and I'm going to just say no post. Okay, good. But if we have posts, here we're going to display the ID of the post, $sign post ID, here the title, here the created ad, and here I'm going to add two links to edit and delete the post. But for now, let's say just edit and delete. Okay, now let's see. As you can see, we have the ID, title, created ad, and the hard code to edit and delete. Okay, friends, that's it all about this video, what I wanted to show you. So now we have some kind of admin area where only the admin users can visit and can see all the posts. So let me just log out and register with a new user. And I'm going to create a new post with this user. Use the fake filler here. Okay, create a new one. Let's log out, log in with the admin. Now navigate to admin. Now we have 4 posts, as you can see. And let's log in as admin. We have the admin example, add the password, and hit enter. Okay, now we are as admin here. As you can see, we have also this link to navigate the admin area, and here we display all the posts we have in our project. Good, we can create a new post, but what I want to do in this video is to work with this edit and delete button. Okay, so let's open the VS Code and let's open the show blade inside the post, and here we have the link, the edit, and also the delete. Here we have a form, so I'm going to copy this form first, and now let's open the index page inside the admin. So resources, views, admin, index. Okay, and here we have the edit and delete. Remove and just add the delete for now. We are going to change the route to be admin dash post dash destroy method post, and we override here to say delete. And then also let's go and copy the link to edit. We'll copy that and paste it here. Let's save, to close this, let's save and let's see now how it's going to look. Yeah, we don't have the route admin delete post delete, and also let's change this to be admin dot post dot edit, and let's open the web routes and create those two routes. Now we have this route get admin using the admin controller, and I'm going to use also the admin controller for the edit and delete the posts. But if you have more resources, we can create separate controller, for example, for the post admin, or let's create that here. So I'm going to open a new instance and let's say artisan make color controller, and I'm going to name it admin post controller. Okay, hit enter, and now that is created. Let's register the routes. Route, let's zoom a little bit, so route get, and let's say /admin /post, a single post, and we need the edit, and here we are going to use the admin post controller class. Okay, and the name is going to be admin post edit. Here we just need to say edit. I'm going to copy and paste this 3 times. This one now is going to be a put request, and just the /admin /post / the post ID. We're going to use the update method here, and the name of the route is going to be admin post update. Then the last one is going to be for the delete. So the method is going to be delete admin post, passing the single post. The method here is going to be destroy. Okay, and the route name is going to be destroy. Okay, so admin post destroy. Okay, here we need to add this in the array, and we need to use comma. Okay, the same thing for this one and for the last one here. Good, let's use that. Let's save and let's come here now. Yeah, we have something like this. Just let me fix the index. We have px6 and py4. I'm going to add a flex and space x2. Let's save this, and now we have something like this. Okay, so zoom it a little bit. Good. Now if I click edit, we navigate to /admin /post one edit, but we don't have this edit method on the admin post controller. Let's go and create that. Open the post controller, so admin post controller, and we need 3 methods here. The first one, so public function edit. Here we need the post, $post, Then we have the update. Okay, and then we need also the destroy method. Good, let's work with the edit. Here I'm going to return a view, admin post edit, passing the post here. Let's save and let's create that view. Inside the resources, admin, here I'm going to create a new directory saying naming posts, and there a new file, edit.blade.php. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to post and go to edit, select all here, copy, and paste it to this one. Yeah, we need to make some changes. So first here I'm going to say admin post edit page. The method post action is going to be admin dot post dot update. Okay, and we have here admin post update. Passing the post ID, and I think we are good there. Let's change this error message, but because I have forgot to do that, this is the content. And I think we are good. Save, close. And let's see now if I refresh here. Yeah, admin post edit page, we have the post, so we can update that. To update, we need to go to controller, admin post controller, and on the update, we need to do the same thing we have done also on the post controller, on the update method. So let's go down there and copy this. Paste here. Now the gate authorize I'm going to remove because I'm going to protect the route. All the routes belong to the admin. I'm going to protect that. So we are okay. And return to admin dot index. Okay, I think we have named index or just admin. Just admin we have named. And let's save. Now for the destroy, we need only to destroy that. So post delete and return to route admin. I think we are good now. Let's go and try. Let's come here, refresh admin post number 1. I'm going to say update. And we have here admin post number 1 up. This is not a post from the admin, but we can say this is updated. Say update. And now we have this is updated. We can delete, for example, this one. Let's say delete. And this is deleted. Now if I log out as admin and I'm going to register. Okay. Yeah, here we have protect that, so we can also navigate manually and we have protection. So if I say edit, good. But what if I go to admin, post edit, and as you can see, we can edit. So we need to protect that. And let's open the web routes. Here we have all the admin routes. I'm going to cut them and say route middleware paste that in. We need to close this first and let's save. Now the middleware is not can admin, but the middleware is admin. Okay, so is admin we have applied on the /admin just now. We're to remove from here, which means all the routes inside here is protected but by this is admin middleware. Now if I come here, you can see we have this action is unauthorized. Only the admin user can visit the edit, delete, and update posts. I'm going to log out and let's log in with admin. Now if I go to admin, okay, if I edit, yeah, because I am admin. In this video, I'm going to show you how to work with image uploads on Laravel. I'm going to modify the posts and I'm going to add a new column there to upload the image. So let's start. Let's open the posts migration. And here I'm going to add a new $sign table string for I'm going to name it thumbnail, but you can name it what you like. Okay, let's save. And now because we make a change on the migration, let's run the PHP artisan migrate fresh. Okay, here we are. I'm going to log in with the admin user. Good. Now when we create, we have this title and content. We need to add also the input for the image. And for that, I'm going to open the Flowbyte. Let's get started. And we have forms somewhere here, components. Yeah, we have forms, so we have this file input. And I'm going to copy the first one. And we need to open now the create page inside the views posts. And after the content, I'm going to add new div with class margin bottom 6. And here I'm going to paste that in. So let's change this file upload to be thumbnail. In my case, the input ID is going to be thumbnail. And also I want to add a name here, thumbnail. Then I'm going to copy also the error to display the error if we have any for the thumbnail. And when we work with the image upload on the HTML, we need to add on form the enctype multi-part form data. Let's save and let's close this one. If I open now the form, we have this thumbnail here. Good. Let's open now the controller, the post controller, also the post model. We need to add here the thumbnail and then the post controller. When we store, we have the request validate title and the content. Also, let's add a thumbnail, which is going to be required and is going to be image. Okay, then we use this auth user post relation and passing the create, passing the validated data. But on the thumbnail, we need to add the path of the image which is going to be uploaded. So for that, we're going to say $sign validated thumbnail to be equal with request file thumbnail. Okay, so the name we added, and we use this store method, which is going to store the image inside this directory thumbnails. Now by default, if I open the file systems config file, by default here we have the disk is set to local, and the local is in the storage path app. So if I open here storage app, here is going to be uploaded by default, but I want to be uploaded in the public, and here we have the public directory, which is storage path public. We can set here default to be public, or we can add this file system disk in the .env file. So let's do that. Let's open the .env file and say file system disk to public, and we are okay. So this is going to store, this store method is going to store the image in this directory, and then it's going to return the path into this validated thumbnail. Okay, let's save and let's try. Let's come here. Let's add some gibberish. Let's choose the image. Open. Store. We redirected back. Okay. No errors. If I open the table plus, we have the title, content, and here we have the thumbnail path, which is inside the thumbnails slash and the name of the image, which is auto-generated by Laravel. And also if I come here and open the storage app public, now we have this thumbnail directory, and here is the image. Okay. This is how we can store images. Now you can read more on the Laravel about validation and also changing the directories. But right now we are okay. We uploaded the image. Next, let's work with edit. So I'm going to open again with the create and just copy this div here. And now open the edit page inside the views pose. And I'm going to paste it after the content. I'm going to paste the thumbnail again here. Also, we need to add on form the enc type to be multi-part form data. Save and close. Then on the update method on the controller, now when we update the post, we don't want always to change the thumbnail. So for that, the thumbnail is going to be sometimes, and here we specify the image, and then I'm going to check if the request has filed thumbnail is going to return true. If that is okay, then I'm going to say this, the validated thumbnail to be request file thumbnail, store the thumbnails, the same thing we have here. But the thing is, if we want to update the image, first we need to delete that image we have in here. Okay, we have one image for this post, so first we need to delete that and then upload a new one. And to delete, I'm going to use let's use the file facade and say delete, and I'm going to use the storage path app thumbnail, storage path app public slash post thumbnail. Now let's save and let's see. If I come here and refresh, if I say just updated, update, yeah, updated. Let's see if updated with image, I'm going to say, and also I'm going to upload a new image. Update, yeah, updated with the image, and now on the thumbnails we have only one because first we deleted the first and now we have this one. Okay. Also on the destroy, I'm going to copy this. So when we delete the post, we need to delete the image first, then delete the post. Okay, so now if I say refresh and if I say delete this, the post is deleted and also the image is deleted. Okay, let's create a new one. Something here, something, store. If I say a new one without the image, I say store, now we have the thumbnail field is required. And as you can see, we lost the title and the content because we need to, so let's open the create. And on the input, we need to add also the value, which is going to be old title, and the same thing on the text area, we need to add old content. So refresh, type something, store. Yeah, we have the thumbnail field is required, but the title and the content is okay. Now let's choose the image, this one, store, and now it's stored. And if I open here, thumbnails, we have 2 images for 2 posts. Okay. And of course, if I say updated again, just one more time, without the image, this is updated. And if I say updated with image, choose the image, updated with image, and also again we have just 2 images. In this video now I want to show you how we can send emails using Laravel, and for that I'm going to use this mailtrap.io for testing. So you can go and create a new account. It's free, and then when you create the account you can go to start testing and my inbox, and here on this drop down we have also the Laravel +9. So click there, and we need to copy this and put on the .env file in our project. So let's open the .env file, and here we have the mail. So copy, replace the mailer, host, port, username and password with that. Save and close. Now we are okay. Let's open the terminal, and I'm going to create a new Laravel mail. We can use the PHP artisan for that. So let's say artisan make the mail and the name of the mail. I'm going to name it post mail because I want to send the mail when we create a new post. Hit enter, and now inside the app mail created successfully also. So let's open that. Inside the app mail, the post mail created. Good. We have here some methods. So the construct method, create a new message instance, envelope, subject, post mail. We have the content is going to return the view. We have view name here, so we need to create the view name, and also the attachments. First, let's start with the view. Inside the resources views, I'm going to create a new view, a new blade, which is going to be inside the emails, and I'm going to name it post mail.blade.php. And here I'm going to add a div, and inside the div of h1 and say this is from post mail. Okay, save that, close. And now on the post mail class here we need to point that view, okay, which is inside the emails. Let's say emails.post-mail. Okay, we named that post mail, so we are okay. Also, let's change the subject here. So I'm going to say email from Laravel tutorial, like this. Let's save and let's start and work that. How we can send mail using this post mail. Let's open the post controller, and here when we store the new post, so we validate the data, we create a new post using the auth user. Then I'm going to use the mail facade from Laravel, and yeah, say to auth user mail, we can use this one. And then we chain the send method, and in this send method we pass new post mail object, and the post mail we call that we pass parentheses here. Okay, and just make sure you have imported the facade, the mail facade, and let's leave it like this. Now, just because I want you to see that, let's say Tony and then test mail here. I'm going to save, and let's see. Right now I don't have any email on this one, so let's go, and first I'm going to register. Okay, then I'm going to create a new post, use a fake filler here, we need to choose a new file because we make that required. And if I store, yeah, the email post mail blade not found. And why is that? We have emails. Yeah, we need to make this a blade. So just let me rename that blade like this. Now this is a blade. So yeah, it's creating two of them. But if I click here, we have the email from Laravel tutorial, and this is from post mail, which is okay, good. But how we can work with data? So for example, on the post controller, this mail, I want to send also the title of this post or the name of the user. So for that, I'm going to add an array in this one and say name, and I'm going to use Tony, for example, and the title. I'm going to use the validated title. Okay, now we need to, as you can see, we have the errors, too many arguments, the function construct, one provided but 0 accepted. So let's go to post mail on the construct, and now let's say public array $data. Now, because we added on the construct this $data, we can access that data on the blade, on this post mail blade. So let's go to post mail blade, and here, instead of this is from post mail, I'm going to say thank you or thanks for your post, and I'm going to display the name we put from the controller. Okay, we added the name here. So let's say $data, because we put as an array, and on the post mail we use that as a data. Now we can say $data, and on the array I'm going to specify I want to grab the name, and then on the paragraph I'm going to say your post title is, and here I'm going to display the title using the data array, and here specifying I want to get the title from there, from that array. Okay, now let's see. So this is post email, and we're going to change that, and let's go and create a new post. So I'm going to say this is my post. So as a title, let's choose the email, the image, and let's say store. As you can see, it's going to take some time. Now the post created. Click here, email from Laravel tutorial, and thanks for your post, Tony, because we added on the post controller a name to be Tony, and your post title is this is my post. Okay, this is how we can work with the data passing on the controller to this post mail. Okay, but instead of this post mail, we can generate and use Markdown on Laravel. So let's come here and create. Let's first delete this post mail, and let's open the terminal and create a new post mail. But now I'm going to add also the Markdown Markdown flag, and this is going to be inside the emails, and I'm going to name it post. Hit enter. The mail is created, as you can see, is here, but now we have this post blade inside the emails, which is a markdown. As you can see, we have this x-mail message, and then we have a button also here. I'm going to remove the button. We have this thanks, passing the app name, but I'm going to say thanks Laravel tutorial, And here, which is going to be the h1 because we have only one hashtag, I'm going to say thank you for the post, displaying the name, which is data name. And in here, I'm going to say the same things. Your post title is passing the data title. Okay, but this is going to be on Markdown, as you can see here. And now, if we go to post mail, because we created with dash Markdown, this is going to point to that emails.post. So we are okay. Now let's change the subject to be, you can add what you like. I'm going to say email from Laravel tutorial. And here we need to receive that, so public array data. Okay, and then on the post controller, we are okay because we sent here. Now, instead of Tony test, let's use the user email. So let's say auth user email. Okay, then send passing the name and the title, and we are okay. Let's try. So right now we have something like this. Let's go and create a new post. Choose the image here. And let's say store. Okay, the post created. Now let's see here. We have a new email and email from Laravel tutorial. As you can see, this is the user email. And then, yeah, now we have more nice email. As you can see, we have also the Laravel logo. Thanks you for the post, Tony. And then your post title is this title, and thanks Laravel tutorial. So if I go here, this is the title, as you can see. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how to send mails using Laravel, and for testing we are using this mailtrap.io. So here let's register and create new post. When we create, we send a new mail to this user. We use that mailtrap.io for testing, but the idea is, so when we create new post, it's going to take some time because it's going to send that mail here. Okay, that is okay, but we can do better. What we want to do is, in this video, that when we create a new post, that post is going to be created immediately, and then on the background, I want to send the email. And how we can do that? Using a job. So let's open the terminal and let's create a new job. I'm going to zoom in this, open the terminal, and here I'm going to say PHP artisan, or art in my case, make job, and give it a name. So I'm going to name it send new post mail job. Okay, hit enter. You can name it what you like. Now the job inside the app, jobs, and with that name created successfully. Good. If we open that, so send new post made job, we have here two methods: create a new job instance and the handle to execute the job. So here, when we have to execute the job, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to post controller, and instead of sending the email on the post controller, I'm going to cut this and move to the handle method on the job. So the job is going to send now the mail. We just need to execute the job. So first let's import the mail on the job and also the post mail. Now here we have the auth user email, but instead of this one, I'm going to, on the construct, I'm going to say public array $sign incoming, where we put here the email, and then in here we can say just $sign this incoming and get the email. Also the name, instead of hard-coded, I'm going to put on the construct of when we call this send new post mail job, and just say $sign this incoming name, and the same thing for the title. So $sign this incoming title. So we need to add the email, name, and the title when we call this send new post mail job. Okay, so right now we created the send new post mail job, but if we create a new post, nothing is going to happen because we need to somehow execute this job or dispatch. And we have a helper method, a dispatch from Laravel. Okay, and here now we need to put a new send new post mail, and in here now we need to add the incoming data, which is email, name, and the title. Okay, so let's do that. Let's add an array with the email, and the email is going to be auth user email. Okay, then the name, we have hard-coded that to Tony, but for now I'm going to use the auth username, and the last one is the title. So let's say title to be $unvalidated title. Okay, we need to import this, so send new post mail job. Good, import that, and of course we don't need now the post mail in here. Okay, so remove that here, and also the mail facade, and we are okay. So we dispatch that, but right now if we just go and try, so if I refresh, open also here and I'm going to clean the emails, so no emails in here. Let's go and create a new post and see what is going to happen. Open, store, yeah, the post immediately created, but we don't have the mail here, so we can refresh and no mail. Yeah, we dispatched the job here, we created the job, but nothing is going to happen. If we open the table plus, we have here jobs, and if we refresh on the jobs table, we have a new job, as you can see. The GUI is default, we have a payload and so on. We need somehow to tell Laravel to work with these jobs. And how we can do that? First, if I open the .env file, we have here queue connection to database, and you may have that the sync. So if I leave the sync, and let's go and create a new post. Okay, so change the queue connection to sync, save on the .env file, and let's create a new post. Now on the jobs table, we have only one job, as you can see. If we say store, it's going to take some time because it's going to execute that job. And then, yeah, we have the email here. On the database, we have only one, what we had before. So the job works, but we want immediately to create a post, and then on the background to send that job. So for that we use here database instead of sync, and on the terminal now, if I open the terminal, we can call the PHP artisan queue work and hit enter. As you can see, immediately it's going to send a new post mail job. It's going to listen for that. It's, as you can see, running, and then now it's done after 2 seconds. If we see now, if I refresh, yeah, the jobs has no job in it because one we had and that is being executed. Now if I open the mails, we have here a mail. Let's clean this. So right now we don't have any job, any mail here. Also, we don't have any job on the database jobs table. Let's go and try to create a new post. Let's use fake filler, choose image, and you can see immediately it's going to create the post, and on the background is going to run that job and send the mail. So let's say, yeah, the post is created immediately and then the mail is being sent. Okay, because we use that PHP Artisan queue work and we use the database queue connection. Okay, this is what we want. We want to immediately create the post. Don't wait for the email to be sent when we create the post. So the email is going to be executed from the job on the background. One more time, let's try. Create a post. Store immediately created, and then after some seconds, the email is going to be sent through the job. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. What I wanted to show you, how we can use a job, create a job and execute that job, and create a post, and behind the scenes on the background we send that email. And as you can see, I have an empty mail right now. Also in this video I'm going to work with Mailtrap, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to work with task scheduling. I'm going to send an email to the admin. So let's imagine we have an admin and we need to send an email with the post count we have in our database. And I'm going to send that every minute. And how we can do that? Let's open the VS Code and I'm going to open the terminal here. And first I'm going to create the mail for that. So let's say artisan make mail, and let's name it post count mail. Let's use markdown, which is going to be inside the emails dot, and I'm going to name it post dash count this blade. Yeah, markdown like this. And now the mail created successfully. So let's open that post count mail. We have the construct, the envelope. The envelope is going to be, I'm going to add the Laravel tutorial. So the name of the project, post count like this. So the subject. Then we have a content, which is markdown is going to point in that post count blade file we have created here. But also we need the count, and we can add this on the construct. So when we call this post count mail, but also we can use here with, which is an array, and here we can add. So for example, I'm going to name that post count, and this is going to be equal with post model. So I'm going to import that, and we can call the static count method, and this is going to return the count of all posts we have in our project. Okay, we have now this post count. So let's go to post count blade, and here I'm going to say Laravel tutorial post count, and the body of your message I'm going to say you have, and here I'm going to display the post count. So you have 10 posts on your database. I'm going to say, let's remove this button, and I think we are okay. Let's leave it like this. Now we created the mail, but how we can use that? Let's go to Laravel documentation on the task scheduling. We have here the introduction. So defining schedules, you may define all of your scheduled tasks in your application's routes/console.php file. Okay. And then here we have an example using the schedule facade. Also, now if you prefer to reserve your routes console.php file for command definitions only, you may use the with schedule method in your application's bootstrap/app.php file to define your scheduled tasks. And I'm going to show you both ways, also on the console.php and also on the app.php. Okay, so let's start. Let's open first the routes. We have this console.php, and let's start and work here first. So we are going to use the schedule facade. Let's import that from Illuminate support facades schedule, and here I'm going to say : call method, and let's use a callback. And here what we need to do, we need to send the mail. So let's say mail from Illuminate support facades mail. We're going to send that to the admin. So let's imagine we have an admin example email. Okay, and then we say send. Here we pass a new instance of the post count mail. Okay, and then here we need to define how often we need to call that, we need to run that. So we have methods here, every seconds, every minute. I'm going to add that every minute. So let's change the every minute method. This is going to run every minute. Okay, now this is not going to work. We need to run on the terminal. If you remember on the previous video with the jobs, we ran the PHP artisan queue work. With the schedule, we need to say schedule work. Hit enter, and yeah, now it's going to run every minute. So let's see. Let's open the inbox. We have empty inbox. Right now we have 8 posts. As you can see, it's running, and now it's done. If I come here, yeah, we have a new email. So Laravel tutorial post count, you have 8 posts on your database. Very good. Let's go and let's change this every 2 minutes. Okay, because we have here also every 2 minutes or every 3 minutes. I'm going to say every 2 minutes, and I'm going to change that because I want to create a new post. So let's go and create a new post here. Let's use a fake filler, choose the image, let's say store, a new one. So I'm going to create 2 posts. Okay, right now we have 10 posts. On this one you have 8 posts on your database. Okay, let's wait and let's see now, because we say every 2 minutes, if that is going to change from 8 to 10. Okay, as you can see, running the callback, and now we have a new post, and yeah, you have 10 posts here. Good. Let's go and stop this. Now I'm going to comment this one we have in our console.php, save, and then I'm going to move the logic on the app bootstrap app.php file. Okay, so we have the application configure here with routing, with middleware, with exceptions, but also we have with schedule we have here. And as you can see, expecting a callback, passing here the schedule. So let's say function. Passing the schedule here, $, schedule, and then we can use this $, schedule call. On this call, we are going to add a callback, and here we're going to send that mail, and we have to specify that I want every minute, not 2 minutes, but every minute. Okay, now we need to import the schedule here, but just keep in mind not from the Illuminate support facades schedule, but Illuminate console scheduling schedule like this. Then import the mail facade and the post count mail. Now we have that. We need to run again that schedule work and just hit enter. Every minute we send that, every minute. Let's go and just try to create one more post for a minute. Store, now we have 11, and let's wait for a minute because this is going to run now. Okay, so running the callback down. Let's see. You have now 11 posts on your database. Okay, friends, let's stop this. And this is what I wanted to show you, how we can work with the task scheduling to send mail to the admin. We're using a mail trap, but let's imagine we have here an admin and we need to send the post count every minute or every hour or daily. You can specify how often you want to run that schedule. In this video, I'm going to work with pagination. Right now we have some posts here and I want to display only 6 posts per page. And also when we create a new post, we send the email that the post is created, but we redirect the post index page and we need to scroll and see where the post is. So I'm going to display a flash message saying that the post is created successfully. Okay, so let's start and work with that. Let's open the VS Code, and the first thing I'm going to open the post controller. Okay, here on the index method we say in post all, but instead of that we can use the paginate method, and here we need to specify the number, how many posts we need to display. So in my case I'm going to say 6, and right now if I save just by adding that and come here, as you can see we have some posts here, all the posts, but if I refresh, now we have only 6 of them. Good. Now we need some links here, pagination to click to navigate the second page and so on. And how we can do that? Let's come here and on the post index page, so let's open the index. Inside the post, we make a for each, and let me just close like this. We make a for each. After the for each, I'm going to add a div, and let's add the class to be margin top of 6. And inside this, I'm going to add double curly braces, $post variable, and because now we use this paginate method, we have also a links method available to us. So we can chain the post, the links method, and if I save just by saying that thing, come here, and we have previous and next. Refresh, click on next, we navigate the next page, as you can see, page number 3, previous and previous. Also, if you want more, you can go to Tailwind config.js, and here you can add this. So vendor Laravel framework, source, illuminate pagination, resources, views, blade. Okay, save that, and then you need to run the npm run dev, of course, And with that, now we have this nice pagination. Okay, so we can click directly the page number 3, page number 1, and so on. Good, that is the pagination, so very easy with Laravel. Now let's display a flash message when we create a new post. Okay, and for that we need again to go to post controller, and let's scroll down. When we store a new post, we create the post, we dispatch a job, and then we return to the route post index. When we return there, I'm going to say return with a message or a status or what you like. So this is the key. The first one is a key and then the value. The key, I'm going to name it a message that is going to be stored on the session, and the second is going to be the value, so the message, which I'm going to say post created successfully. Okay, like this. With that, now we need to display that, because right now if we create that, is not going to be displayed. We need to display on the post index. We return to the route post index. Let's go to the index, and here I'm going to render the message. For that, I'm going to use the flow byte, this success alert, and let me just copy that. Here we have. Let's copy and paste it here. Right now, if I save and just let's see this, go to post index page. This is the alert. I'm going to say also here to be margin bottom 4 and margin top of 6. Come here, we have 6. Okay, then instead of displaying always, because if I refresh, this is going to be displayed, I'm going to display only when we create a new post. So for that, I'm going to cut this and put in the if statement. So say if and use a session. We have a helper session method, and here we need to specify the key. We added here message. So if you have add something else, pass that. So let's say message. If the session has a message, I'm going to display this. And now in the success alert, instead of the hard-coded, I'm going to say double curly braces. Again, use the session helper method, pass the key, which is in my case message, and this one I'm going to remove. Okay, so we say if the session has a message, display this div and pass in the session message here. Go to refresh. As you can see, we don't see now that, but let's go and create a new post. Use fake filler, choose if image here and say store. We are redirected back, and now we have this post created successfully. Very good. Let's do the same thing also on the update. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and scroll down. When we update, we return to the route post show, and here also we're going to do the same thing, return with the message. Now here I'm going to say post updated. Successfully. Okay, save. Now we need to go to post show page and do the same thing we have done here, and you can do that, but instead of this, I'm going to cut this and move this logic on the layout. So let's open the layout, and here after the navbar, I'm going to paste this session, if check session. Okay, good. Now let's create a new post and see. So this, I'm going to say Rogan post, just to see this belong to this user. Store post created successfully. Yeah, we have the flash message, and just let's see now where the post is. Yeah, Rogan post is here. Click here, and we don't see the edit and delete button. And we don't see that because we need to go to post policy. Because here, when we add this before, I changed the return to false. This means only the admin can edit and delete posts. Here we say we have a boolean or null. If we return null here, and I do that just to show you, if we return null and refresh, now we have the edit and delete. And this is only for the organ post. Okay, so if I click here, we don't see the edit and delete. Okay, let's go to edit and let's say updated. If we say updated, choose update, we redirect back the post show page and we have now post updated successfully. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. What I wanted to show you, the pagination and the flash messages. So here we are on the post show page. I have made some changes here. I have added the created at and also the username here. The title, created at, username and the content. And in this video I'm going to work with exceptions. I had a comment on YouTube and let's start and work with that. So if I open the controller here, the post controller, and let's go to show method. Here we use the route model binding, passing the model here, post, $sign post. Here we get that post from the ID, okay? So here we have the ID, and behind the scenes, Laravel is going to do this one. So here we get ID, and Laravel is going to say post, and using post find or fail. So if I save that, the same thing. But what this find or fail is going to do, so here we have the not found exceptions. So if we use the find or fail or first or fail methods, we will retrieve the first results of the query. However, if no results is found, and model not found exception will be thrown, okay? Now, if the model not found exception is not caught, a 404 HTTP response is automatically sent back to the client. And as you can see, if I go now to a model, we don't have that. We have this 404 not found. So if the model not found exception is not caught, a 404 HTTP response is automatically sent back. And we have here this 404 response. Now let's go and if you like, you can say try and catch here. So try to find this post, but if it's going to fail, we're going to catch the error and we can say catch, and we know now this is a model not found exception. Okay, so if I go back again here, the find or fail and first or fail methods will retrieve the first results of the query. However, if no results is found, a model not found exception will be thrown. And here we have the model not found exception. Okay, so instead of onboarding 404, I'm going to say return $sign exception, and I'm going to use the get message. Let's save and let's come here. We have no query results. This is the message, so we can also just die and dump $sign exception, and let's see. Yeah, we have the message, the code, the file, the model, and the IDs, which is an array. And we have only this ID. And as you can see, this is a model not found exception. Okay, so let's go back and you can return a view here or do what you like. Or you can create new exception and throw that exception there. But I'm going to remove back the previously, so add the route, use the route model binding. And now let's open the app inside the Bootstrap. Here we have this with exceptions. And let's start and work here. I'm going to leave this one here and say exceptions render function model not found exception. And if I say just die and dump $sign exception, and let's come here and refresh, now we have 404. And that is because, as you can see here, if the model not found exception is not caught, a 404 HTTP response is automatically sent back. So now we have a 404 response. If I say not found exception here and refresh, now we have this is a not found HTTP exception, the message, and also the previous is model not found exception, as you can see. So if I say previous, the refresh, now we have that this is a model not found exception. And for example, we can say if this, so if the exception is instance of model not found exception, returns a view, but for now let's just say return JSON message post not found. And if I come here and refresh, yeah, we have 404 not found. But if I say instance the exception get previous is instance of model not found exception, we refresh, now we have the message post not found. And you can do what you like, or you can return a view, a custom view, but by default, so let's just comment this and come here and refresh, we have this 404 not found by default. You can go on the resources, views, and create a directory named errors. As you can see, I have created this, and also I have created a 404 blade file, which is this one. Now I have added an underscore here, but just let me rename the just errors, and just by adding this errors 404, now let's come here and refresh, we have a custom 404 page. So you can create a 404 page on inside the errors directory, and this is going to be by the default one. Also a new 500 blade if you want to customize the 500 errors or the 403. So let's just duplicate this. I'm going to save as 403. And now let me just go and register. Say register here. And let's say I want to go to this one and edit this. So let's say edit. We're going to have 403, but as you can see now we have 404. And instead of that, we have this SVG. Let me say here h1. (403) error. If I save and come here, you can see we have 403 error here, and you can customize how you like. In this video, I'm going to work with cache, and this may be the last video for Laravel tutorial. Okay, now we are going to use cache because here we use we get all the posts, and for posts we may update the post one a day. One time we create one post a day, or maybe one post a week. It's a good idea to store the post on cache and then get from the cache, which is more quickly, instead of from the post paginate here. Okay, so on the post controller, on the index method, we use $post equal with post paginate. Okay, and then we get this. But let's use the cache. Instead of this one, I'm going to say if and use the cache facade from the eliminate support facade, and I'm going to leave it like this. So if the cache has the key post, we're going to get the post from the cache. Otherwise, we're going to say post equal with post paginate, and then cache put post, passing the post variable and also the number of seconds. So in this case, 10 seconds. Okay, now I'm going to remove this line and let's save. Just to demonstrate that if we are going to get the post from cache or not, where if we get the post from a cache, it's going to be immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to say sleep here. and let's sleep that for 4 seconds. Okay, now you can see if I refresh here, it's going to take 4 seconds for the first time. Now if I refresh, immediately, and that is for 10 seconds. Now just let me wait a little bit for 10 seconds, and also I'm going to start here after refreshing here. So if I refresh, yeah, it's going to take some time, 4 seconds. As you can see, now let's start and wait for 10 seconds. So for 10 seconds, it's going to get from the cache. As you can see, it's very quick, but if this is going to be 10 seconds, let's stop this and let's refresh now. Yeah, as you can see, it's going to take 4 seconds because we say sleep here 4 seconds. Okay, now this is one way to get the posts from the cache. If not, we get posts from post paginate and we put on the cache. But we have a new better way with Laravel. We can use a cache colon and a remember function. And in this function, we need to add the key, the seconds, how many seconds we want that to be stored, and the callback. And I'm going to leave this AI. As you can see, we have cache remember, the key is post, the seconds is 10 seconds, and we add a callback and we say return post paginate. But here, first I'm going to say sleep. Again, I'm going to add this sleep for 4 seconds. And now, instead of this, we can use this one. Okay, so it's more shorter. And this is going to return post paginate. Now we need to assign this to $sign post. And we are okay. So let's save and let's come here. For the first time, let's see also here, I'm going to reset this. And let's come and refresh. As you can see, it's going to take some time here. And now let's start. For 10 seconds, I'm going to wait. And if I refresh now, yeah, we have immediately. But if that is going to... Yeah, now if I try, it's going to take 4 seconds. And then refresh. If I refresh again, yeah. Okay, friends, that's it, how you can use cache. Now, if I open the cache config file, we have a default cache store, which is database, but also we have support drivers for APC array, database, file, memcache, Redis, which is very fast and most used, DynamoDB, Octane, and Node. And by default is database, but you can go to .env file and say cache store to be, for example, Redis. So if I say .env, we have here cache store database. If you want, you can use Redis. You need to install also PHP Redis to use the Redis. Okay, friends, that's it all about this video. Now, if you like such a videos, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much.